Rates we have identified from the analysis presented in the Green Paper. With respect to the opportunities, the Ministry has taken note of the projected stability in the exchange rate and the international oil prices. It must be noted that stability in these two variables will benefit the sector, as we mostly import fertilizers for our local production. Further, the projected stability in the international price of oil may result in some savings in the cost of production in the sector. As you are aware, fuel is a major input in the production, processing and marketing of agricultural commodities. Therefore, stability in fuel prices may help in controlling the cost of production. Next slide. Honorable Chair, the Ministry welcomes the projection that the manufacturing sector will register positive growth. We are aware that agro-processing contributes significantly to the output recorded in the manufacturing industry. This growth is therefore expected to result in more agro-processing and market opportunities for producers in the agriculture sector. We also welcome the continued rollout of the digital identity system by central government. This will help the Ministry in improving the targeting of agricultural programs. It will also enhance the monitoring of beneficiaries on existing programs such as FISIP. Next slide. Honorable members, the projected growth in the ICT sector will help provide the necessary infrastructure to ensure the smooth migration of FISIP to the electronic system of input distribution. As you are aware, previous efforts to migrate to the e-voucher were affected by the ICT infrastructure challenges across the country. Next slide. Honorable Chairperson, the next slide recognizes climate change as one of the leading threats to agricultural production in the medium term. Crop production in Zambia is mostly rain-fed, and as such, the unpredictable weather and climate conditions pose a significant risk to the sector's performance. In mitigating this threat, government will continue to promote climate-smart agricultural practices in the medium term. Next slide. From the Green Paper, we also note that the threat of escalating conflicts around the world, this threat may result in high commodity prices for essential inputs like fertilizer. We therefore plan to promote local production of these inputs and the use of alternative and environmentally friendly inputs such as organic fertilizers. Next slide. Further, Chairperson, climate change has also affected the food security situation in other countries in the SADC and COMESA region. Food security in the region may increase pressure on the grain produced in our country. In ensuring that the nation remains food secure, the Food Reserve Agency will enter the market early and secure sufficient stock for national strategic reserves. Further, incentives will be given to large-scale farmers in order to ensure that they increase their contribution to national maize production. The committee may be aware that large-scale farmers only produce less than 5% of the total maize produced in Zambia. By providing incentives to large-scale producers, the Ministry is confident that commercial farmers will produce more and help reduce the pressure on the maize produced by smallholders. Next slide. On the next slide, we have indicated some of the 8th National Development Plan priorities which the Ministry will implement between 2024 and 2026. I am happy to report that the Green Paper has made provisions to implement the 8th NDP priorities in extension, research and development, irrigation and development, the upgrading of agricultural infrastructure. The Ministry is pleased to note that the allocation to the 8th NDP priorities has significantly increased from 310 million in 2023 to the proposed 710 million in 2024. The committee may further wish to note that following the launch of the CATSIP, which is planned for the fourth quarter of 2023, we expect more resources to be mobilized for the 8th NDP and the CATSIP implementation. Next slide. Honorable Chairperson, let me draw the committee's attention to a summary of the Ministry's proposed allocations in 2024. The Ministry's non-donor budget has increased by 10.3% to 11.9 billion when compared to 10.8 billion in 2023. Despite the budget for FISIP reducing, this increase is mainly on account of the increased allocation to the purchase of strategic food reserves from 600 million kwacha in 2023 to 1.68 billion kwacha proposed in 2024. From the table in this slide, the committee may wish to note that the budget for FISIP, purchase of strategic reserves, personal emoluments, and grants and payments represent 91% of the total proposed non-donor allocation. We also wish to draw the attention to the committee to the increased allocation of 790 million kwacha to the 8th NDP priorities such as extension, irrigation development, and farm block development. This is a welcome allocation which will help in actualizing the targets which were set in the 8th National Development Plan. Next slide. Honorable Committee, the migration of FISIP to an electronic system is currently underway. The full migration of FISIP will be done over 3 seasons, commencing in the 2023/2024 season and ending in the 2025/2026 agricultural season. The table on the current slide presents the FISIP migration path that the Ministry is following. Next slide. The Ministry has embarked on a process to enhance the existing farm block development program, which began in 2002. In the medium term, government has prioritized the development of 6 farming blocks, namely Nansanga, Luwena, Shikaveta, Musokotwane, Kalumwange, and Luswishi. Next slide. Honorable Chair, the current slide highlights some of the recent developments in some of the farm blocks. The committee will note that a number of infrastructure projects, upgrading of power lines, roads, bridges, and irrigation infrastructure are already in the pipeline in the priority farm blocks. Next slide. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to conclude my presentation by updating the committee on the status of the Comprehensive Agricultural Transformation Support Program. The CATSIP is a policy framework that will guide public and private investment in priority agricultural value chains in the crops subsector. The priority value chains include the maize, soybeans, and wheat value chains. The formulation of the CATSIP has adopted a new approach which has since seen government, cooperating partners, and the private sector make commitments which will be binding and jointly monitored. The CATSIP will be launched within the fourth quarter of the 2023 and its implementation will commence in 2024. It is important to note that the reforms to FISIP are part of the broader reforms which will be pursued under the CATSIP. Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, I have come to the end of my presentation this morning. My ministry is grateful for this opportunity to present the ministry's position on the 2024 Green Paper. I thank you all for the kind attention.
Thank you, PS, for the presentation. Honorable members, questions? Honorable Scholar, Honorable Mungando, and Honorable Dr. Kalila in that order. Honorable Scholar.
Thank you, Chair. PS, I want to thank you for your brief this morning, but maybe just to take you back a bit to clear one or two things which is not very, very clear to me and I think many other farmers out there. It's on your transition program. We are coming from e-voucher. We have this FISIP thing, which I'm sure you agree with me, they have not been very successful programs in our country. We've not achieved much. I think it has just been politics around it. We are now talking about CASIP. Last week, your minister was on the floor talking about the loan issues, which I think is to do with CASIP also. Just maybe untie a bit and be clear as to how you want to transit from this FISIP where we are to CASIP and then this loan component. How will you run it? Because I'm sure you agree that it will be a bit difficult for everybody to get in the loan component. There are those poor of the poorest farmers who just need the food security to survive, to something to survive on. Maybe just differentiate. Is it the whole country that will go into the loan issue or there will be some differences? I think that's one thing that has been hanging. These are the questions that we get from out there, and as even we go down to our constituencies, we need to be very, very clear of what to tell people. Because already right now, for your own information, like my constituents, there is a problem already with what you have supplied. Already people don't know whether to share the fertilizer or not. There are so many farmers in Kaoma.
Okay.
Just yesterday, I just want to drive the point home, sorry, Chair, because these are the things which I think even my colleagues would want to be clear about. How do we handle this? Just yesterday, I had so many calls. There was a meeting called in Kaoma. They are saying the fertilizer is very little. DACO announced, and the farmers who came in, the old ones or those registered, they are refusing to say we cannot share these packs that you have given us. Then those who are still waiting, they are also on us as representatives. Can you tell the ministry to give us more fertilizer? But we know the budget is done. Just maybe clear up these transitions and these components. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mungando.
Thank you, Chair. I hope, Chair, you give me just a minute to give a preamble like what the General has done to my question.
Okay, I'm counting.
Thank you, Chair. PS, the issue of FISIP clearly is something that we all know is not sustainable, and we should not do politics about it. If you look at the benefits that our people have derived from it, have they graduated from peasant farmers into maybe middle farmers and eventually commercial farmers, or has their livelihood changed after the introduction of this FISIP? The answer is no. Why can't we come up with a model that will make sure that our people graduate and decisions have to be made? So this CASIP, I have to mention, is something that is welcome. Now my question is, PS, FISIP is a subsidy. It's more like a social program. You find the same under another ministry where they call it food security pack. We find other social programs that have to do with targeting the poor. We have the social cash transfer and many others. Have you had time to sit down to harmonize all these social protection programs so that it's targeted? We don't have a duplication of such efforts at each point, so that to avoid the crowding, for example, of your ministry. Already everyone now, they believe that they should be able to receive free fertilizer, which should not be the case. Have you sat down as a government to ensure that all these social protection programs probably should all fall under one ministry, so that identification of the beneficiaries is simple? The tracking and evaluation of the impact of these social protection programs should also be known. Have you done that? If not, what is it that you are doing? Or what is it that we as members of parliament should do to help you achieve that? I submit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dr. Kalila. Then we'll go to the next
Thank you,
round.
Chairperson.
Colleagues.
Yeah, so Ministry of Agriculture, my question is with regard to farm blocks. Admittedly, as you have rightly said, this is a concept that was conceived way in the 2000s. And I have a question in particular on two farm blocks. One is the Nansanga farm block in Serenge. And this, again, started a long time ago, more than 10 years actually. If you look at it, and there has been very little success with this regard. So I just want to know why it has been taking so long to actualize the full potential of the concept of farm blocks. And a good example is this very Nansanga, which is still appearing here, and yet it started many, many years ago. Number two is on the Kalumwange farm block, which is proposed in Kaoma, more than, I think, 120 plus hectares. And you have stated in your write-up here that you expect ownership of land to be transferred by October, in other words, in 2 months' time, and that you are in discussions with the traditional authorities. May I know how far those discussions have gone and whether you have concluded them, for you to state that by October this farm block will be firmly in the hands of the ministry? Thank you.
Thank you. PS, you can respond to those. Then we'll take the next round. We noted Honorable Kambwani and the Honorable Mutinta. Honorable members? Okay. And the Honorable Sumunji. Okay, Honorable Chonde instead of Sumunji. Okay, PS, you can respond to those.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll begin by clarifying on the CASIP and its relationship to FISIP. CASIP is a presidential initiative and a policy framework which will identify priority interventions in selected value chains. In the case of the crop subsector, CASIP has prioritized the maize, soybeans, and wheat value chains. The CASIP will list a number of policy implementation instruments agreed by both government and the private sector. The policy implementation instruments include a mix of legislative measures, infrastructure projects to be undertaken, and the programs to be implemented by all parties in the sector. The CASIP policy framework is expected to be launched before the end of the year, and its overall objective, or target rather, is to increase agricultural production and productivity, the incomes of players in the agricultural sector, and value addition, as well as the value of agriculture exports. The proposed reforms to FISIP are among the policy implementation instruments which will be included in the CASIP. Now, to further just give short brief on what the Honorable Minister of Agriculture presented on the floor of the House last week, I can just in simple terms say that it's something that is underway. We are currently looking into it. We are in discussions on seeing how best we can introduce the matching grants instead of having to continue with the current FISIP programs. So, in short, that's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay.
And then coming to this issue relating to farm blocks,
We just wait on. Yes, you can continue.
The honorable member raised a question relating to the Nasanga farm block in Serenje, very little success, and he said that why is it taking long? I'm pretty sure that you are aware that there is been quite a number of matters or issues relating to the development of that farm block that have been left hanging in the past, and we are currently trying to ensure that we move those issues that have been blocking the progress in development of the farm block as regards to Nansanga. And then Kalumwange, 120 hectares, you have talked about the ownership of land. True to it, as you are aware, this land is gotten from the traditional, it's been customary land and given to government. There is always a process, a procedure that must fall in place in order for government to fully take control of the land and also begin to put the necessary infrastructure that is necessary in each farm block. So as it is right now, the ministry has engaged the traditional leadership, and there's been talks, and the talks I think have not been concluded. So I cannot say much beyond that because I do not want to speak more than what the traditional leadership and government has discussed.
Thank you. You still have not responded to Honorable Mungando's question. And also Honorable Skwala, in fact, was asking, expanded his question by adding on the loan component as to how is it going to be run. Also, I have not responded to that. Honorable Mungando was asking about the issues of, we have these so many of the social programs as a government. At what point then do you think it would be good to harmonize them? You have FISIP, the Ministry of Community Development and Social Affairs, also they have got a component where they're giving free fertilizers. I think that's the direction of Honorable Mungando's question. At what point then do you harmonize this?
Chair, maybe I also make myself clear to the
Okay, Honorable Sir.
You see, as I leave on Friday, I'm going to meet farmers in my constituency. This CASIP thing, you have still talked about the FISIP running. If I'm asked, I must be clear. I must not be seen to be a member of parliament coming from Lusaka with very raw information about my people. Who are you targeting in the CASIP? You still have the FISIP. I want to know the difference. Who are you going to target? Because this FISIP thing is running the whole country, in all the constituencies everywhere. So this CASIP, are you going to have special people who you are going to register in all the constituencies? What is the target? How do you see it run side by side? These are issues I must make very clear to my farmers so that they can know who is going to be involved in the CASIP, who will remain in FISIP, and things like that.
Okay.
Maybe just clear up, Madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. Just to speak a little bit on the FISIP. The FISIP, the people that are entitled to FISIP are the people that are vulnerable. By design, it's meant for the vulnerable people. So I'm sure even the people that are asking you in your constituency are the small-scale farmers, those people who are vulnerable, those that can't afford to buy outrightly, just purchase these inputs, farming inputs. I think that's very clear. Yes. But when we come to talk of the CASIP program, this is aimed at the entire agricultural development program, support program. Okay? It does not narrow down to the specific vulnerable, but it's meant for the entire agricultural sector. It speaks to the 8th National Development Plan, okay? In the
Even if teachers can access this CASIP,
yes.
Honorable
Yes,
Scholar,
Honorable.
you know the procedure through the chair. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Chair, allow me to invite my directors to elaborate more on these.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PS.
just to add on what the PS has already explained, this season, 2023-2024, we are continuing with the FISIP. So CASIP is the plan where we are getting to. This season, we're implementing the DIS, the direct input supply modality, as well as the e-voucher.
Honorable Scholar.
I'm getting there.
Honorable Scholar.
I'm getting there. So this season we are still continuing with FISIP as we transition. So we are not stopping drastically, because that will be a shock. So as we transition, FISIP is going to be an economic program, because right now agriculture is an economic ministry which is running a social program. FISIP right now is not bringing back what goes into it. That is why in CASIP, FISIP is going to be an economic program where the farmers will be getting loans. And then those that cannot afford the loans, this is where we are now beginning to have conversations with FSP. Because two ministries within government cannot be running parallel programs. So those that are on the current FISIP will move to loans, the others will move to the social program. So that is what is going to be in the CASIP. So CASIP will be an economic program. But this is not starting this season as we transition. And then FISIP also is just one of the many components that are within CASIP. Within CASIP, you have irrigation, mechanization, many other programs. So FISIP is just one small component in there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so does that, your last point answers also indirectly Honorable Mungandu's? Okay. At what time do you harmonize the two? Okay. Honorable Stwala. If I heard the ministry proper, they said CASIP is going to start in 2024, isn't it? When are you starting it?
Honorable Chair, allow me to invite my director, PPD, to just elaborate more on how the program will be rolled out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members of Parliament. I think let me just clarify in terms of the FISIP versus the CATSIP. Now, like what my peers had said in our introductory remarks, the CASIP is a broad framework, policy framework, that encompasses all programs that are under the Ministry of Agriculture, which are aimed at transformation of the entire sector. So under that, like she said, FISIP is one of the programs, because there are various policy interventions that have been highlighted under the CASIP. So FISIP is just one of the programs that we intend to transform so that it's more of a, an economic program that will support the, farmers that are in farming for business as opposed for the vulnerable farmers. So I think we need to distinguish between the two. So now when it comes to the reform of the FISIP program under the CASIP, that's why we're saying that we need to move away from where it is now as a general subsidy, but it should target the farmers that are in there for business. And that is why I think my colleague referred to the aspect of sieving out between those that are in farming as a business and those that are in there as vulnerable farmers that need to be supported. Now, in terms of transforming FISIP, we have a program where we'll start with sensitization of the farmers, because we can't just leave them like that. We need to give them a grace period where we prepare them, both in terms of the loan facility as well as those that will move into the other program that will be targeted for vulnerable farmers. So under that as well, we're also embarking on consultations with the various financial institutions that will be able to provide the loan facility. So it's not an immediate program that we're going to do, but it will be within a period of time, which will allow us to prepare both the beneficiaries in terms of the next vehicle that will be used to service them, to support them so that they're able to produce and continue to produce to support the sector. That is what I can say for now. So it will go through various...
just to be clear, because I was following your presentation, PS, you indicated that the CASIP will be launched in the fourth quarter of 2023. And I heard you very clear on that one. So that 2024, it is rolled out. And then you are talking about, it's like, going by what you are saying, it's like you are not very sure as to on the time frame, because one of our general scholar was asking us on the question of when.
Through my peers, I was referring to the FISIP, because like I said, the FISIP review is one of the programs or policy interventions that is couched in the CASIP. Okay. So each one of those programs under the CASIP has different time frames within which we'll be able to implement them.
Okay.
So with respect to the FISIP transformation or review, the time frame is still being worked on as when it will be fully reviewed. That is why I'm saying there will be various, interventions or programs and activities that are scheduled to take place before it's fully reviewed. Okay. And one of them is the sensitization, the consultations with the financial institutions, and so forth.
Okay.
I submit.
Okay. So, honorable members, let's agree to do this, because I have got 8 questions under the 15 minutes that which is remaining. So I'll take the first 4 and then the last 4. But my request is that one question per person to ask. So if you've got more than one, choose which one to take. Then the second one is that please be very, very brief. If we exhaust the 15 minutes whilst there are still pending questions, then I'll end at that. So to help each other so that we allow as many as possible to ask questions, let us be very brief. So the first component, in terms of the second component of the questions, we have Honorable Kamboni, Honorable Mutinta, Honorable Chonda, and Honorable Sumunji. Honorable Kamboni.
Good morning, PS again. Yeah, in Southern Province, it was announced that there will be e-voucher, but the Ministry of Agriculture, when they are going, they are talking of packs again. And fertilizers was delivered. Could you just clarify what is in Southern Province? Is it in Parliament was announced e-voucher, but when I hear what people in the camps are doing, they're talking about packs again. Could you clarify on that one?
Thank you.
No, I haven't finished. I haven't. Just give me 1 minute at least. I've waited for a long time. Yeah.
Honorable Kamboni, we are going to deny
you
your
are interrupting
member.
me.
No, you can ask.
I want to ask my
you
question.
You can ask.
Thank you. Let me leave.
Honorable Mutinta. Could you switch off your mic, Honorable Kamboni? Honorable Mutinta.
I'm not waiting because of this. I'm Maybe Honorable Chair, before he leaves, you can give him the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe let's get that answer.
Honorable members. Honorable members, before PS, before you come, honorable members, this is a committee and I have to manage it. It's very important. You want to ask a question, let the witness respond. And I've given a guidance, ask one question at a time, just to allow the others. So PS is going out, you can respond to that quickly, so that then we have.
Thank you, Honorable Kamboni. I would like to clearly state that that is just a misinterpretation of facts in the constituency. This year, e-voucher is specifically going to be for Lusaka Province and the Central Province only. Okay. Thank you.
You are going to miss very important information. Honorable Mutinta.
I think I'll be tempted to make a follow-up from the response the PS has given with regard to the same question asked by Honorable Kamboni. Yeah. So if you are saying e-voucher only before, just come again, you said it before which provinces?
Lusaka and Central.
Central and Lusaka. Okay, so for provinces, initially, provinces like Southern Province, there was a mention that there was going to be a combination. And in districts like Itestezi, Capital Fertilizers delivered the fertilizer. Meanwhile, there was a process to recruit agro dealers. So it's a bit of a contradiction. So the fertilizer has been delivered by Capital Fertilizer. So we can't understand whether we'll go for a combination.
Okay, point was sustained. Honorable Mwandu. Honorable Mutinta Mike.
Honorable Tinta, my apologies for disrupting your line of thought. Chair, this is a mini parliament. Information given to us peers should be factual and verifiable, because this is the information that we use as we play our oversight role on you as the executive. I raise on this serious point of order where the PS has indicated that Southern Province is not among the provinces that will be on e-voucher, and yet we have a document here, and I want to refer members to page 8. Of the document, where item 5, FISIP migration to an electronic-based system of input distribution. Let's go to the third paragraph. A total of 43 districts, 37%, out of which 116 will be migrated to an electronic input distribution modality. These districts are Lusaka, Central, Southern, and Northwestern. You've seen, it says Lusaka 6 districts, Central 11 districts, Southern 15 districts, and Northwestern 11 districts. May the PS elaborate more, because she has said Southern will not be part. So before we get...
Okay.
No.
Honorable,
I don't want to put
Honorable Mwandu,
I think the
continue.
honorable members are confusing me now.
Wait, what on you PS wait? Honorable Mwandu, be fast.
Yes, I'm almost concluding, Chair. So may the PS, is she in order, Chair, to go against the document that she has submitted before we we might seek other remedies, Chair? I submit.
Honorable Mwandu, to the extent that you have not cited the standing orders on which you are raising the point of order, your point of order will not be sustained. But however, PS, that is a very serious note from the honorable member. So keep that as a response as you respond to Honorable Mutinta's question and the others. So just keep a tab on it.
Yeah,
it's a very important observation.
I'm equally confused, because in my constituency, Capital Fertilizer has delivered the fertilizer. So I'm also wondering whether is it going to be e-voucher or it to be direct system. So that is what is confusing me, just in relation to the point of order.
Okay.
That we can cite 65.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chonde?
I think in the interest of time, let me save it. My question was adequately covered by Honorable Stuart. I wanted us to discuss the loan component following the ministerial statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sumunji?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. My question will be based on FRI. Year in, year out, you find that the production in Zambia, since you have got arable land, normally is very good. But what we buy from the farmers is not everything which is produced. But when you look at the demand, both within the country and outside the country, the demand is very high. Actually, it's yawning, especially from our colleagues, our neighbors, Congo. I wanted to find out from you, what problems do you have that FRI is not able to mop up all the products which are on the market? Because at the end of the day, you find that there are some maize products which are, they go to waste. As we talk now, the price of maize has gone up. What could be the problem? We don't have enough capital to mop up all the products which are on the market, so that we can meet our demand within and outside the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Kafwaya, since Honorable Mutinta and Honorable Chonde opted out, Honorable Mutinta's question will be, so Honorable Kafwaya, I've noted all of you.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable Chair, today I've really been challenged by the PS and her team. My cognitive capabilities are failing me. When I looked across, I saw Dr. Kadila, so I'm happy we have a doctor here. I'll rush to him. PS, CASIP is a presidential initiative. A director speaks. CASIP is a comprehensive, broad policy framework. CASIP will be launched at the end of this year to commence in 2023. I would like to remind you that the Minister of Finance made reference to CASIP in his 2022 budget and his 2023 budget. I took it that CASIP had already started. But to hear today that it is one, just a presidential initiative, and secondly, it's a broad policy framework, I am confused. I just want to be clear. Is this a presidential initiative or it is a government policy? Because two people in the same meeting can't say different things. Later on, the Minister of Finance budget speeches 2022, 2023 makes reference to something which hasn't started already. Kindly help me to understand before I go to Dr. Kadil. Thank you so much.
PS, you can respond to those.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll begin with the first question that was speaking about FISIP and the e-voucher. I want to be very precise with this. One thing that I want to clearly state is that I said in my earlier remarks that Lusaka province and Central province are on 100% e-voucher. That is very true. Now, we have areas like Southern province, some districts, I think it's a very few, just a little bit of it will be dealt with on e-voucher through agro-dealers. I will allow my Director Agribusiness to elaborate a little bit on this one before I proceed to the next answer for the next question.
Thank you, PS. So as the PS has elaborated, in Lusaka and Central Province, we have 100% electronic e-voucher. Then in Southern Province, 8 districts will be on e-voucher. That is direct input supply, but the distribution is by agro-dealers, as well as 8 districts in Northwestern Province. Only the distribution point will be by agro-dealers. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Then coming to the second question, because I noticed that I think 3 honorable members had a similar question speaking to the e-voucher. So then the third one was speaking to the FRA, talking about the mopping up of the buying of the maize. I have with me the Chief Executive Officer from Food Reserve Agency, Mr. Chamatete. I will invite him to speak to us on how this is.
Sure, can you go ahead?
Thank you so much through the PS Agriculture. Thank you, Chair. In responding to Honorable Simunji on the matter of food reserve agents buying almost all the crop, I wish to state that the food reserve agents is an institution basically established on the laws through Parliament, and the specific functions are elaborated in the Act. Basically, the functions of the agents have to do with the preservation of the strategic reserves for the purpose of relief, in most cases, emergency relief purposes. Now, we have, of course, the second mandate, which does with provision of market access. That is to the small-scale farmers in the most outlying and difficult to reach locations. Now, if you look at the market access to those difficult locations. And I think this is where we talk about those farmers that are vulnerable and not able to find easy market, where, for example, the private sector may not have access to reach. And I'm sure honorable members of parliament will agree with me when we talk about those difficult to reach locations. Our presence basically as government and food reserve agents basically, we are there. You talk of locations in just almost even in Lusaka itself, across Chongwei, in Dundumwezi, in Kazungura, in Chiegi, and so forth. Difficult to reach locations. For northwestern, it's even west because we have the West Bank. So, in 2010, the SI that was passed was basically to only purchase about 500,000 tons. This is for a 3 months cover. The SI was passed in 2010. Since then, it has never been reviewed. But what is comforting is, from time to time, we have had policy guidelines that enable us to purchase above the 500,000 threshold. That happened in 2021, that happened in 2011, that happened in 2014, where we bought about 1 million plus. But again, there has been concern, I think even from within the members of parliament regarding the role of the private sector. Because under any circumstances, we are not supposed to basically crowd out the operations of the private sector. An overall objective is that we should ensure the agriculture sector is run by mostly the private sector. And that's the best way to advance agriculture and all the value chains surrounded, especially with the maize production. So we are actually targeting, basically, we have been reaching out to those farmers in those locations. And for the outlying areas, I think the biggest buyer in those locations has been government, which is basically the Food Reserve Agency. That basically has not been questionable. Possibly the issue of mopping up everything, yes, there's potential market out there. From about last year, the market has been very huge. But the question is, are we going to compromise the food security of the country? Definitely no. The idea is basically to have sufficient production that can support both the local product, means the local consumption, and what can be exported. So, in short, you would say that we are just one of the participants in the market, and we are complementing what the private sector basically is doing.
Okay, thank you. Yes. You can switch off your mic, Director. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm sure he has explained. And answering Honorable Mutotwe Kafuaya's concern, I would like to invite my Director Planning to just take him through the Comprehensive Agricultural Transformation Support Program, how it came into being, where we are going, and what you should expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and through my peers. I would like to just go back a little bit in terms of how policy comes into play. I think we're all aware that even presidential pronouncements later become policy. I think we can see from FISIP itself, it was a presidential pronouncement which became a policy. So in the same instance, we have the Comprehensive Agriculture Transformation Program. When the present government came into position, they took up office, there was an announcement by the President, President Hichilema, that one of the priorities was to transform the agriculture sector into a comprehensive agriculture program. And that is how the CATSIP came into place. So under that, then we highlighted the different programs that needed under agriculture that needed to be attended to. and we discovered that for us to actually transform the sector and deal with all the challenges that are under the sector, we needed to just carry out an overhaul. So we picked on the priority programs, which involve irrigation, farm block development. Like you have rightfully observed, it has been stored for a long time. I think there was a reference to Nansanga, which nothing has been done since it was announced. So farm block development, irrigation, mechanization, input supply, which is also FISIP. We needed to extension services. We needed to up the game, and food security and other areas, just to mention a few. And agriculture credit was also one of them. So in short, the CATSIP was an overhaul of the whole sector. So now when it comes to FISIP, I think there was a question in terms of
because you just changed the word from my question to a new word. The word you had used earlier was presidential initiative. That is the word I was trying to confirm, and you changed it to pronouncement. So you are confusing me further. Let's just stick to.
I think Honorable Kafka, I think we have gotten the gist. It's not about the ways can be different. It's the gist. Yeah, it's the gist. Okay, Director, can you continue? Continue. Can you? I'm coming.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, so now what it is after that announcement or initiative, we then, to develop the whole CATSIP, we've been consulting different stakeholders, private sector. After we identified, we actually identified the instruments and the interventions to be undertaken in this 5-year program with them. So it wasn't done by government itself or the players in government, but it was very consultative. We engaged private sector, we engaged all the players in the sector, and that is how now we've got a document that is almost final. It has been validated, and now it's going towards finalization. And just to add that, I think there was a question that how come you are saying that you are going to launch when in actual sense you have already been implementing. Like I said, these are programs that we've been running with, like extension services, irrigation, farm block development, even FISIP itself. We've already been running those, but we want to see them transformed so that they're more efficient and relevant to the time that we're living in, and address those issues in a more comprehensive manner. For instance, we've adopted the value chain approach, where we've identified all the bottlenecks within the crop value chain, like the wheat, the maize itself, soybean, just to mention a few. So we're dealing with all the bottlenecks in the value chain, from production, even before production, up to the time it reaches the market and beyond. So that is why we're calling it comprehensive, and that is, it has been a very consultative process. So we are comfortable that even as we implement, it will deal with all the challenges that we've been facing in the sector thus far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we have run out of time. What I'll do is I'll add 12 minutes, 6 for the witness to respond, and then 6 for you to ask questions. So we'll have Honorable Kambita very briefly, Honorable Kambita, Honorable Mwambazi, Honorable Mushanga, Honorable Luoja, and myself, and then we'll close. Honorable Kambita.
I don't understand why the chairman wants me to be brief, but being an obedient member, I'll be very brief. Permanent Secretary, I have comprehensively looked at your submission, of course comparing it with the green paper, the document which we are reviewing. And I realize that, of course, you have picked the issue of CASIP and giving us as a committee an update on the formulation of this CASIP. But what I see here, what I don't seem to have from you is really in terms of how this is going to be achieved. I see in your submission you've put the targets, the aims that this CASIP is supposed to achieve: policy, framework, agriculture mechanization, and so on. That list at the end. So I want to start from there. What we are expecting as a committee is the how, the strategy that you have as a ministry implementing this government policy for the benefit of the nation. That's the process which we wanted to see, so that we see it, even when we see it in the budget coming on the floor of the House, we are already aware. So what I wanted to hear from you is to be a little bit more categorical in terms of what has been planned policy-wise. I've seen you're talking about policy as if it's going to be one policy of CASIP. But when I look at this thing, it's too complex to have one policy. There should be a policy targeting livestock. There should be a policy targeting crop. There should be a policy targeting fisheries and the like, because these are completely different sets of work. There should be another policy targeting value chain.
You are eating into time for your friends.
So what we expect from you is a much more comprehensive submission than this top-level submission you're giving us. Because for us to comprehend these and see them, when we see them in the budget, we need to see what they'll achieve for this whole big, wholesome plan. So are you in a position to give us those pieces of information on, for instance, what you're going to do with crop production before we even come to value chain? Because already we have a shortage of...
Okay, so take the last question, Honorable Mwambazi. We answer those two, then we'll close. Honorable Gambita has taken 3 minutes of your time. Honorable Mwambazi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PS. I came in late just to introduce myself. I'm Warren Chisho Mwambazi, Member of Parliament from Bwanamkubwa, and I chair the Public Accounts Committee. PS, I just wanted to understand from what has been submitted. I've been following the submission by both your directors and also FRA. Just wanted to understand, because in government there are all these semantics we've looked at, where we are dealing with CASIP, we are now dealing with is it FISIP, now CASIP, and there are all these movements and migrations. I just wanted to understand if the ministry, if we look at FISIP, mostly we are dealing with small-scale farmers. And I think I did hear your director planning saying we want to move to CASIP, where we want to deal with farmers who are doing farming for business. And also another section will be dealing with farmers who are just doing maybe probably for consumption and all that. So I wanted to understand if you've done your benchmarking to look at your entire FISIP. How many farmers are doing farming for business? How many farmers are just doing for, it's just for consumption? And when, what is the transition period as and when you want now to fully transition, so that people can also plan to say, come such and such a month or a year or a quarter, we are transitioning from this to that, so there's adequate preparation to the farmers, because this is very, very important aspect, because they need to be ready to move from this to the next program which we are putting for them. Chair, that's my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable members, you are putting him on a spot now in terms of the timing. Honorable Musanga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'll be very, very quick. PS, through your director. She submitted that Nansanga, a farming block, since it was established, nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. The key word there is nothing. I went through the committee if you are still sticking to that submission that nothing has been done in Nansanga farming block. Because I'm aware, Honorable Chairperson, that a lot of money, government has spent a lot of money through correctional service, center pivots have been installed there. And I think what was remaining, it was just to find a co-venture investor in order for the project to move. So
Okay.
is it your submission, PS, that nothing has been done in Nansanga farming block? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Bosha.
Thank you, PS. Mine is just a short one. Last year, we had a delay in the distribution of the farm inputs. I want to find out how many districts have already started receiving the farm inputs, as we have already, Teji has received how many so far, and when are you likely to complete this process in record, if possible, in record time for our farmers to embark on their activities? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, since you have asked, let me also ask the last one. Under page 4 of your issues, you have indicated that one of your areas is to do with climate change mitigation issues and the measures. The measure you have indicated is that your ministry will continue to promote climate smart agriculture. That's what you have indicated as one of the measures. Can you just elaborate a bit as you close what exactly you are doing? Because in terms of the systems, this is not you talked much about. And then we'll close. You can respond to us, PS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to invite my Director Agriculture to pick up the first question, and the second question will be picked up by Director PPD, and I'll pick up the last question and the fourth question. So, Director Agriculture, just take us through.
So that's a question on CASIP. So this is a question I think that was asked by Honorable Kamboni about CASIP and looking at those items that we have itemized and how we are going to reach to those items. So if you look at CASIP, like Director Policy and Planning has already mentioned, is a comprehensive agriculture support program which encompasses everything, because this is like a build-up from FISIP, which was just focused on fertilizers, but CASIP is more comprehensive. So we are looking at issues to do with irrigation, issues to do with mechanization, issues to do with farm block development, and then the Honorable member, I think, was concerned that we don't have the basis for us to achieve that. So as a ministry, we have worked on a number of our strategies. So for example, just last week, we launched the rice development strategy. We are also about to launch the national mechanization strategy. We are also working on the irrigation master plan. We are also working on the crop diversification strategy. So that these strategies that are actually being formulated so that as we build on these components of CASIP, we have got some basis on which we are developing them. I hope that answers. Then the issue of Nansanga farm block, I think that's a valid point from Honorable Member for Kabwe Central. Wacha, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, so I think what was happening is that there was some dormancy, a period of dormancy actually, when there were no activities. Maybe there were some budgetary constraints, so there was little development taking place there. So there were a number of people who came into the farm block to settle there and started doing other activities. But of course, we have got ZNS there, Zambia National Service, they're in there. There's also Serenge Properties. Then we have also IDC. They're just looking for partners to work with. I'm sure once they find reliable partners, then the serious activities in terms of production are going to start. I submit, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll invite my Director Agribusiness to tell us on the distribution of farming inputs.
Thank you, PS. So far, the two companies that were identified and given the contracts to deliver Compound D have started taking to the provinces. But the actual redeeming by the farmers has not started because there's a process that needs to take place before they collect. The farmers have not deposited yet into the bank. So once all the farmers have started the depositing and given the authority to collect, they will do that. But we are targeting August. Somewhere in August, we will have started that process.
Thank you.
Director PPD.
Your mic, PS. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and through my PS, apologies for the use of nothing, but we know that there was something done. It's just that in terms of progress, I think things stalled, and there were other activities that started happening in the sector that eroded the efforts that were done earlier. Just to get to the CATSIP, Chair, if you would allow us, I know there's a lot of interest in this, the roadmap and other things. Yeah, we would want to come back if we're given the opportunity to come and just focus on that so that we do a comprehensive presentation on it so that we unpack the different interventions that we have highlighted and the roadmap and the timeframes and the targets that we're looking at once the document is launched.
Are you able? We are ending our business on Thursday. Not really coming for you to come and do another presentation. Are we able to share detailed documents to our colleagues here so that then we can share to the members?
Okay, we can share some summary, which we have, a high-level summary, which can be used for that purpose.
Okay. Okay, so that we'll take note of that, Kreska. Okay, you can continue.
Thank you very much. I think in terms of the transition period for the FISIP, I'd like to submit that we've already started doing, we have a 3-year program where we are sensitizing and also building in on the graduation aspect of the program so that we put in place a graduation plan. But before we start doing that, we are embarking, starting from this year, sensitizing the farmers so that we prepare them psychologically and also in terms of how the program will run and even the issue of also graduation so that they graduate into, I think there was a reference to the one that is under community and other, empowerment programs. But we are starting that. Also the aspect of the migration from the DIS into, the electronic-based system is also part of the restructuring of the FISIP. I submit, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The last question, I think, will be handled by Director Agriculture, speaking to climate-smart change crops.
Thank you. Through the PS. Chair, when we're talking of climate-smart agriculture, we are looking at the current climatic variations taking place in the country. We are looking at very short rain season, very erratic rain season. So our agriculture system is so vulnerable to effects of drought. So when you are practicing climate-smart agriculture, it includes a lot of measures that are provided to farmers so that they become resilient in terms of shocks of climate. Some of the things include conservation agriculture. There are certain agricultural practices that preserve the moisture in the soil. For example, the use of reaping, use of mulching. There is also breeding of drought-resistant varieties. So the Zambia Agricultural Research Institute has got plant breeders who produce varieties that are resistant to drought. In addition to that, we are also encouraging the production of crops that are basically resistant to drought. So we are promoting crops like sorghum, millet, and stuff like that, so that our farmers become resilient in terms of shocks to climate. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what climate-smart agriculture is all about. I submit, Chair, through the
Thank
PS.
you. Great. Honourable members, this is one of the topics we needed almost 4 hours to deal with. Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, in terms of the provisions, Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, or NDA, the immunity that which was given to you earlier on, also NDA. PS and your team, thank you very much for coming through. Wishing you the best for the rest of the day. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
I am the current member of parliament for Chifuru constituency. I was elected in the last election in 2021, and I came in as the new member of parliament for Chifuru constituency, which is on the Copper Belt in Ndola district. I started my school way back on the Copper Belt. Later on, I was transferred to a boarding school in Northwestern Province, where I did my secondary school, junior secondary school at Kasempa Boys Secondary School. Then from there, I was selected to go and do my senior secondary school at Solwezi Technical Secondary School. Upon completion of my secondary education, I came to Ndola back to join my family. Then I started my tertiary studies at Northern Technical College, where I did my certificate in accounts and business studies. Later on, I did my diploma in accountancy. From there, I started pursuing SCCA. I did my SCCA up to the final stage. Then later on, I abandoned it to pursue a bachelor's in accountants and finance with Copperstone University, which I completed. And from there, I started working for Zamtel College. I worked at Zamtel College as a lecturer up to about 2016. That's when I started. That's when I thought I wanted to do a political career. Then I joined politics and contested the elections in 2016 under the UPND ticket. Then I could not pull through. However, I did not give up. I recontested in 2021 and won the seat for Chifuru, and I am the current member of parliament for Chifuru. Chifuru constituency is one of the 4 constituencies that are in Ndola district, namely Chifuru constituency, Bwanamkubwa, Kabushi, and Ndola Central. So Chifuru constituency is located on the northern part of Ndola. We border with the DRC and share boundaries with Kaflafuta, Ndola Central, and on the other side with Kamfisa. So this is the most influential constituencies on the Copper Belt. It is a constituency that has produced the vice president, later who became president of this country in the name of Lady Patrick Mwanawasa. Started as a member of parliament for Chifuru, then he was appointed again as Vice President.
Let's start with the introductions.
Good afternoon. My name is Msonda Kavinga. I'm the head of programs and resource mobilization at ActionAid Zambia. I'll allow my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Geoffrey Sizala. I'm also the thematic lead on civic and state accountability.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Chitindi, and I'm a project officer at ActionAid Zambia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Mwambazi is my name. I'm the climate justice officer. I'm the climate justice officer at ActionAid Zambia.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uchizi Nguluwe from ActionAid. I am a project officer working on debt and tax.
Thank you. Are we done? One else? So you can introduce yourself. Okay, honorable members, honorable Waja.
Good morning, witness. My name is Lloyd Luwasha, Member of Parliament for Chifugu constituents in Ndola, Copperbelt Province, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
ActionAid, good afternoon. My name is Peter Piri, Member of Parliament from Kaika constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Sidney Mushanga is my name, Member of Parliament for Wacha and Kawe, and Chairperson, Committee on Sport, Youth and Child Matters. You are welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, ActionAid. My name is Jean Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambilima constituency in Wapla Province, and I'm also Vice Chairperson for this committee.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. ActionAid, good afternoon. My name is Mtotwe Kafuaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Kambita.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, ActionAid. My name is Brian Kambita. I'm Member of Parliament for Zambezi East constituency in Northwestern Province. I am a member of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, and I'm also Chairperson of the Committee on Prostate Bodies.
Thank you, Chair. ActionAid, good afternoon. My name is Chon Desaka, Member of Parliament for Milenge constituency in Luapula.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ActionAid. Muvika, MP for Shangombe and Western Province, Member of the Committee and Chairperson of the Transport and Work Supply Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, ActionAid. My name is Amulunda Darius, Member of Parliament for Siavonga constituency, Chairperson for the Committee on Local Government Accounts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. My name is Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinlunga constituency in the Northwestern Province.
ActionAid, good morning and thank you, Chair. I'm retired Brigadier General Morgan Stola. I'm Member of Parliament for Kaoma Central in Western Province. I come to this committee as Chair, National Security and Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Konwas Munji, a Member of Parliament for Nalikwanda constituency and a member of the Planning and Budget Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning or good afternoon, ActionAid. Mungandu, Davison is my name. I represent the people of Chama South constituency in Eastern Province.
Thank you. Members of staff?
Good afternoon. My name is Priska M. Shimalungwe. I'm from the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you. And my name is Freddy Jatila, Member of Parliament for Moomba constituency in Monze, also the chairperson for the Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee. A couple of the laws of Zambia Action Aid gives you immunity as and when you are appearing before the Committee of Parliament, meaning that whatever you say whilst being in this committee with the members, that which you say cannot be used against you in any court of law. So take advantage of that provision. However, the same provision works against you in an event that you were to deliberately mislead the committee, which I doubt will be the case. And also just to indicate that I think we are live on Parliament TV and also on Parliament radio. So people there are following our deliberations. So having said that, Action Aid, we have just continued submission, but with your indulgence, I'll allow you maybe to do your presentation within 30 minutes, so maximum 30 minutes. If you can save time, that will be even better. And remember another 15 minutes or so for the members to ask questions, if at all there will be any. You can start your presentation, sir.
Thank you so much, honorable members of Parliament. We are delighted to be here, and we are humbled to appear before your committee. We come here to share our reflections on the medium-term budget plan and the 2024 annual budget. First of all, I would like to commend the Ministry of Finance for the issuance of the medium-term budget plan. Similarly, the 2024 annual budget. Honorable members of Parliament, just to mention that our presentation will focus on the following. We'll give an overview of the medium-term budget plan. We'll look at the macroeconomic overview and growth objectives. We'll also look at the revenue mobilization and financing strategies. We'll also reflect on the mining sector, the medium-term functional allocations, expenditure policy and strategy, and we'll also offer some recommendations. On page 4 of our submission, we are sharing with you our overview of the medium-term budget plan. Sorry, on page 2. Apologies for that. And to start with, we have seen that the medium-term budget plan gives us an opportunity to review the performance of the government against our national long-term plans, and also looking at how we are aligning with regional and global commitments. The paper also provides citizens with an opportunity to interface with plans of the government and make recommendations for social economic development while appreciating government's efforts in addressing social and economic challenges. Just to echo once more that indeed it's a very important document, as earlier alluded. When we go to page 3 of our submission on macroeconomic overview and growth objectives, we also take note that indeed the priority has been placed on the 4 sectors, particularly mining, agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism. And this is also in line with our strategic objectives, I think under Pillar 1 of the 8th National Development Plan, that really these sectors are a priority when we talk about economic diversification. Also, just to mention that we have seen that when we talk about agriculture, I think the paper highlights around the CASIP and other programs that as a government that we are running. But our concern really is that I would want to see a situation where Zambia upholds in terms of scaling up sustainable agricultural practices. And we believe that agroecology, in our view, stands out to be key as we talk about sustainable agricultural farming. Why agroecology? We take note of the devastating effects of climate change, and we think agroecology is resilient in the context of climate change. Also, having said that, we also want to mention that we are aware that there has been over-reliance on chemical fertilizers in our agriculture, but we are also alive to the fact that in the longer term, scientists say that it poses risks and damages the soil. But with agroecology, we think that these are some of the things that could be addressed. So we are placing emphasis to say, as we talk about economic diversification, and agriculture is one of the sectors, we also need the country to really begin to enhance our activities in the agricultural sector around agroecology. However, we are aware that we can't just drastically maybe abandon farming practices that we have or stop, but this is why we are saying that these are part of the longer term plans and that we need to really focus on. Also, just to mention that since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that we have experienced some higher, I think, levels of inflation, increased cost of living. In a nutshell, just to say that I think we have not been spared by the devastating effects of the COVID pandemic, and up to now, I think we are still seeing some of the effects in terms of the increased cost of living on account of increased production costs, largely also due to the fact that many companies haven't recovered fully, and as a result, our productive sector has suffered, and we are constantly perhaps relying more on imports, which is also making the cost of living high. So basically, we are saying that I think it's good that as we talk of the long-term plan through this medium-term budget plan, we are also looking at how do we, in the long term, recover fully from the devastating effects of the COVID-19. On page 4, we are looking at revenue mobilization and financing, and we have seen that indeed we are aiming to ensure that in the medium term, 2024 to 2026, we increase domestic revenue to 22% of GDP by 2026. This issue of 22% has been with us for a long time, and as a country, I think it appears we might have really been struggling to reach this level of 22%. However, it's good that that's the target that we want, but added to that, I think we also need to look at how best do we mobilize adequate resources, and that brings me to the issue of tax incentives. We understand that there is need to attract more foreign investment, and perhaps would want to give out tax incentives in the hope that when investors come, they create jobs, more jobs, perhaps more taxes to pay. But from where we stand, we are also encouraging that we also need as a country to really look at this issue comprehensively through a cost-benefit analysis to really see that if we forgo revenues through taxes in the form of 1 million, the investment that we have given, are we able to recoup that 1 million, whether it comes through jobs and people who end up paying taxes or other incentives that will come? So the issue of a cost-benefit analysis will be key in this medium term, so that I think we really get the best, especially that we are really aiming to ensure that we increase domestic resource mobilization to 22% of GDP. Similarly, on page 4, when we look at FDI and beneficial ownership, we have observed that the trends report of the Financial Intelligence Center continues to record a situation where some companies are involved in corrupt activities and financial crimes. While we appreciate the fact that we need to attract investment, but also as a country, I think we need to see to it that there is a balance to minimize the risks. We are not saying we don't want investment, but how best do we ensure that we deal with these financial crimes adequately? We appreciate the fact that through the Companies Act, there is the introduction of provision around beneficial ownership to curb misuse of corporate bodies for illicit activities. So basically here what we are saying is that while FDI is key, but how also best do we ensure that we deal with financial crimes, because the monies that we could be losing are quite a lot that we need given the many needs that we have as a country. On page 5 to 6, on revenue mobilization and financing strategies, we note that the medium-term budget plan recognizes the current debt situation we have with commercial loans until 2025. However, we think Zambia needs to ensure that there's debt sustainability in the long term. We see that the Public Debt Management Act is quite also progressive, and it provides that our borrowing should be to the tune of 65% of GDP, somewhere there. But here what we want to bring to your attention, honorable members, is that I think let's look beyond the IMF extended credit facility. How do we ensure that we are more debt sustainable? Especially that beyond this, there could be the appetite, for example, maybe to look at commercial loans and other things, but we also have a lesson now that we are learning. The agony we went through even to talk about or deal with the debt restructuring, which we have done partly with the, perhaps the bilateral lenders, if I can put it that way. So here we are just emphasizing and bringing it to your attention that we really need as a country that we need to be very cautious so that we don't fall back in the debt trap, so that we ensure there is proper debt sustainability. Similarly, on page 5 and 6, when we look at the emphasis on PPPs, public-private partnership investments, yes, we understand we might be in a tight fiscal condition. As a result, government may not have the money to perhaps invest in public services, and that's the route to go for PPPs. But at some point also we need to be very aware that there are certain sectors or services that are very key, which we need to be cautious not to ensure that they are managed by the private sector, because these sectors, firstly, they relate to issues of our rights. Then secondly, they are an equalizer, because health, education, and water, everyone needs these services, and we need to be cautious so that we don't privatize some of these sectors, because the devastating effects will be so severe, if I can put it that way, because these are the services that relate to the rights of the people. But other than that, I'm using the word equalizer because it's through education and health that everyone is accorded an opportunity to ensure that they personally develop. So that's a recommendation that we are bringing to your table to say, as we talk about PPPs, I think let's also be very cautious with certain sectors like health, education, and water. I move on to page 6, talking about the mining sector. We have seen that there's a lot of steps that government is taking on attracting investments, but here we just want to echo the issues of tax abuse, that we see that these are things that we need to address because it borders on revenue that we need as a country. And here we are bringing to your attention that Zambia needs to urgently review some of the tax agreements that it has with other countries, because it's through some of these agreements where we are vulnerable, in the sense that some companies take advantage of that to be able to pay less taxes. So here we also want to bring to your attention, we know that Minister of Finance have been talking about developing a policy to guide how we negotiate tax agreements. but I think it seems it is taking longer. And I think there is need to urgently look at that policy so that it guides. There's already recognition that we might be losing out on tax agreement, and that's why at some point I think the Zambia-Mauritius tax treaty or tax agreement was cancelled. So we also need to be very strategic. We develop that policy quickly so that it guides us on how we negotiate. I want to mention that if you look at some of the tax agreements, it provides very extremely lower rates which facilitate for less revenues. So you find that if they're withholding taxes domestically, maybe they are between 10, 15, 20%. In the tax agreements, you find that maybe it's between 0 and 2%. So you find that we are losing out as a country. On page 7, on the medium, page 7 to 8, the medium-term functional allocations, here we also take note that there is commitment toward decentralization and empowering local authorities to handle community-specific issues. And government intends to spend an average of 51 billion or 27% of the total projected expenditures on public services per annum, which is a very good thing as well. However, we just want to say that there will be need to ensure that this paper really gives us a detailed breakdown in terms of the various allocations under this. We note that there are also issues of debt payments, administrative expenses, and transfer. So I think there will be need that we have a proper breakdown to appreciate further. On page 9, on expenditure policy and strategy, as I begin to wind up, on social protection program, we have seen the issue of the CDF. Here, I think my colleague will also just come and echo, but the question we're asking is, CDF is a good thing, but are we being realistic when we look at the different constituencies in size, population, vulnerability? That's a big question that we, I think, need to discuss further, and my colleagues will come and add up. Then, as I conclude, just a few recommendations that I think on the issues of PPPs, we just want to echo that we also need to look at some of the sectors so that we ensure that we don't really constrain people, because many people rely on health and education, because private access is quite expensive. Then also the other things on renewable energy. We have seen that there has been incentives given so that we can perhaps import more of such technologies, but the trickle-down effect still remains a challenge. It's still quite higher in terms of, I think, purchases. Chair, allow me to end here, but I'll just ask for 5 minutes or so for my colleagues just to emphasize one or two things that I might have left. So
sure.
Start with my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Msonda, for highlighting quite a number of key issues. Allow me just to also emphasize on one of the key sectors which we normally don't talk about a lot, and this is the fisheries sector, which has also potential to contribute to our economy effectively. Currently, we have got 74,000 deficit in terms of production to meet the demand. So I think our plea is just to ensure that at least in the next budget, a substantial amount is allocated to this sector, as it has got potential to increase and also ensure that we create more jobs. Then on the CDF, one other issue that is more worrisome is the issue of the slow uptake of the funds in terms of utilization. Really, in the past, I think when we appeared before various committees, we emphasized on the need perhaps maybe to review the Act so that at least we can improve in terms of the uptake and also the utilization of the fund. You know, economies of scale, a one kwacha today will not have the same value tomorrow. So I think we really need to look at this critically. Maybe the other two recommendations, what we have noted also, the paper was not more of gender. It did not highlight quite though it did, but not very much emphasis on women and the impact which is being made to the women and also the youths. So maybe going forward, it would be nice if it would be highlighted in terms of the impact in relation to the women. And also the other recommendation will basically go towards the members of parliament at the oversight bodies. The DTA, the tax agreement, it's been a topical issues, but I think this presents an opportunity for members of parliament just to hold the executive accountable in terms of timelines. When are we going to conclude on the issue of reviewing the double taxation agreement where it's a source of illicit financial flow? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Also, I just want to take this opportunity to just add on a bit on what he said concerning the CDF. So the prioritization of social protection programs, in a way facilitated by the allocation of the CDF funds, should be done in an equitable formula, and also just should be, needs based. There must be an overall check or comprehensive overall check of allocation of funds based on different factors. Let's say maybe the size of a constituency, as Sonda mentioned earlier, or just the size of the population. So I think those are some of the things that we have to take into account before we allocate some of these funds, because what we see in the community sometimes is a bit different. Communities who there's a bit of complaints here and there to say some of the projects that we have are not the ones that we need in these particular communities, in our communities. So those are some of the things that we have to look at. I would urge the Minister of Finance and Minister of Local Government to just sit and know how best they can allocate these funds for, and what needs and what projects are in these particular constituencies that they would need. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll speak to the issue of the allocation to environmental protection. So it has been noted that environmental protection in terms of the budget allocation has been low. For instance, we have seen that it's standing at 0.6%, and it's been projected to double to 1.2% in 2026. So this would be in line with the just energy transition and various commitments by government during conferences such as the COP27. There is need for greater support, especially to the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, through the environmental protection, rather than the average 1.1% over the next 3 years, as this would enable governments to be able to live up to its commitments, various commitments that it's been a signatory to, such as the Glasgow Declaration to reverse and halt deforestation by the year 2030. We can talk of the Paris Agreement, which is emphasizing on reducing emissions, limiting the global emissions to 1.5%, as well as Zambia's nationally determined contributions, which aims to reduce emissions by 25% through use of its own resources. So if allocation to this sector is increased, then Zambia will be able to achieve these various commitments that it's made, and it will also enable climate change programs such as access to clean energy being easily available for vulnerable communities. We're talking about women and the youth in different parts of the country. Thank you.
Okay. Very quickly, I think I'll just speak to the issue of debt. We have a new Public Debt Management Act, and I think members of Parliament have got a very critical role to ensure that our debt is sustainable in the long term. And I think, as mentioned, the medium-term budget plan indicates that the moratorium on commercial debt, so borrowing from the commercial market, would come to an end at the end of the IMF program. And we feel that that's something that should be a concern for members of Parliament when it comes to the sustainability of our debt. We've been in debt restructuring positions before, and we wouldn't want to go back to that position again when we have so many needs, as mentioned, when it comes to human rights, when it comes to investment in education, in health. And I think all of these require critical investment, domestic investment from tax revenue, particularly, which is the most predictable and sustainable source of financing. So looking at the tax again, there are many processes underway currently, looking at the review of the double taxation agreements, for instance. The paper outlines the streamlining of tax incentives. There's also streamlining of corporate tax rates. And I think even in the global environment, we know that the OECD are currently pushing for that two-pillar solution when it comes to global taxation. There's a global minimum tax of 15%. There's also the taxation of the digital economy. And I think if Zambia does not put in place adequate policies and legislation to capitalize on these, we will end up losing our tax rights to other jurisdictions. So I think it's something that the members of parliament may need to pay more attention to when it comes to what's happening in the global arena of tax. And speaking to that, I think the multinationals operating in Zambia, I think we've emphasized the need for double taxation agreements to be revised, but there's also a need for us to ensure that we're collecting the correct amounts when it comes to these businesses. So I think investment in the new international tax unit within the ZRA, for instance, would be a very good avenue in the short term and the medium term to ensure that we have the capacity and the capabilities to capture these taxes and ensure that we can move forward on our own revenue rather than depending on debt.
Okay, thank you. We have served about 8 minutes. Honorable members, any questions? Honorable Simunji, I see a hand. Any other hand, honorable members? Okay, Honorable Simunji.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be based on the PPPs, where you are saying certain sectors should not be subjected to PPPs, like healthy education, water, and sanitation. Now, if you look at our companies which are managing this, like the water supply in Zambia, like Lusaka Water and Sewerage, go to certain areas within Lusaka, people are using septic tanks. So meaning the companies don't have the capacity to provide sanitation in Lusaka. And that's why we have the highest population in Zambia. Don't you think PPPs would be able to provide the infrastructure required for sanitation? And at the end of the PPP, they'll hand over the property to government. What's your comment? Thank you.
Okay, you can respond to that one.
Thank you, Honorable. Speaking to PPPs, for us as ActionAid, we are a human rights based organization. So I think if you look at our recommendation when it comes to PPPs, we're looking at the promotion of high quality, publicly funded and democratically controlled public services. When we involve the private sector, we have to take into account profitability. We have to take into account the ability to pay when it comes to the access to these services. So at the moment, obviously, PPPs is an option, and we've noted that multilateral partners have been pushing for this as a financing option. But what we are trying to say, particularly in the long run, is that these should be publicly funded, they should be publicly controlled, and PPPs may be a risk to us holding control as public bodies. So at the moment, obviously, it is an option. But what we're saying is we need to scale back our reliance on PPPs, particularly in the services that promote human rights, such as water, sanitation, health, and education.
Thank you. Honorable Mshanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think mine is just a comment on the uptake of, is it CDF? Yeah. I think through the chair, it's important for organizations like yours, ActionAid, also to check the flow of Constituency Development Fund from Ministry of Finance to local government and to the local authorities. So what I can submit through the chairperson this afternoon. Today is 1st August. Like my constituency in Kabwe, so far, from January to 1st August, we've only received about 5.9 million kwacha. And the picture is more or less the same for all the 156 constituencies. And then these funds, they also come with the guidance and instructions on what is supposed to be used on community projects, on youth, women empowerment grants, youth, women empowerment loans, and the like. So I think it is important also that as organizations, those I've seen this honorable chairperson has kept on coming. Some of the constituencies they've received as low as 4 million kwacha, you know. And again, we need to give a government chance to mobilize resources. So once these resources are made available, then CDF will be released, and you will see a serious movement, even progress when it comes to the implementation of these CDF projects. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Would you want to make a comment to that? It was more of a comment.
Yes, I think it's just to appreciate that we have taken note. I think it's something that we'll look into. Thank you.
Then on page 6, in terms of the mining sector, obviously is the concern of these like issues of illicit financial flows coming, and also where you're looking at the government to take steps in terms of also to look at issues of the issues of double tax agreements. But also you have given some of the areas like where you're talking of the issues of the issue where the government is giving a lot of incentives, the contract agreements, just to promote transparency and the like. Don't you think that one of the challenges the mining industry is facing now, especially that of late, I've seen a lot of small scale, in fact, let me term it almost like illegal mining activities dotted all over the country happening. What would be your comment in terms of there's now this call where we want to come up with a regulator to regulate the mines, just like you know, under these petroleum industries, even ZESCO and the like, we have ERB as a regulator in this. Do you think that we help? That would be my first question, number one. Then number two, when you talk about government giving a lot of incentives, and because we are talking about when you give an incentive as government, meaning in fact an ordinary person like myself, somehow you lose something, isn't it? And the government would want to promote an agenda such as maybe bringing in a lot of investments. In doing so, and I'm talking like this because you are the people who are also in touch with mostly the local communities. Engaging in the local communities, do you think the government is doing a lot just to explain these incentives to the public? Or vis-a-vis also, do you think also in fact the people out there do understand, do have a lot of understanding on these incentives, you know? Going by the fact that currently we are sitting on around maybe about 14, 15 or so incentives that which are running. Yeah. So just make comments to those and then we will close if I don't see another hand.
Thank you so much. I'll allow my two colleagues, Uchiz and Geoffrey, then I'll come in on the last one. Okay, maybe Uchiz, you can start.
Okay. I'll comment on the artisanal and small-scale mining, but also on the incentives. I think one of our recommendations was speaking to the Companies Act and beneficial ownership, which we have identified as a key piece of legislation. But I think when it comes to implementation, there's been a very big challenge, particularly when it comes to information sharing between the Ministry of Mines and the and PACRA. So when it comes to the Ministry of Mines, they have their cadastre and they have the mining licenses and the information there. But when you look at how they capture that information, you find there are a lot of challenges. It's a very analog, outdated system. So when it comes to matching the owners of mining licenses, particularly from the small-scale miners, you find that there are many mistakes. You find that one person can own 10, 15 licenses because maybe they made a difference in the name or how they registered that that particular license. And I think that's a challenge and a big loophole when it comes to financial crimes, illicit financial flows, not only at the small scale, but also at the large scale. So I think there's a need for investment in technology. One, when it comes to information sharing. For instance, you can get a license, a mining license, without being registered at PACRA with a company. So as an individual, you can get a license and you can be mining and profiting. You're not paying tax, you're not paying all your statutory obligations. So you find that it's quite a big quite a big void when it comes to the challenges you mentioned. And I think regulation is very important for the sector. How that regulatory body would operate is still a question. But I think at the moment the low-hanging fruits would be information sharing, information matching, but also making it a prerequisite to have a mining license. You need to be registered with bodies like PACRA and ZRA to ensure that you're captured and we're not facilitating for illicit financial flows out of the country, and also within when it comes to tax avoidance. When it comes to understanding tax incentives, I think you are right, especially in the local domestic economy. You find that companies or people operating businesses within the country are not even aware that these tax incentives exist. And again, it comes to information sharing, maybe even translation at the different provincial levels. But I think it speaks beyond that when it comes to who's actually pushing for these tax incentives. You find that big multinationals, big companies are the ones who benefit the most from these incentives because they're the ones who lobbied for them with government. So I think when it comes to the benefit of these incentives, you find that they're the ones who ultimately benefit from the incentives that are granted for the different sectors. So I think that's another challenge that we need to be wary of moving forward. We need to look more within our borders, within our country, looking at how we can scale up investment, not only for the foreign market and not catering to the foreign market, but also for our domestic investors.
Thank you very much. Issues around the DTA is one that is very complex, and sometimes it leads to a state capture. We are dealing with big guys with big money, and sometimes if the state is not very careful, they can be found to be captured, because sometimes, especially during the period when we have elections, they will come and maybe try to support various political parties, but with an agenda to push, maybe just to ensure that at some point they want certain favors, and usually the mining sector is one that is vulnerable, and that's why we are saying that the mining sector there should be high levels of accountability and transparency in terms of the way the system is capturing certain information, and that's why we are advocating on page 7, for example, that there's need to have a system that is automated and a system that allows for transparency in terms of how companies are registered and also how they are paying tax, for example, because that's one of the source of concern over the years. And like we have alluded earlier on, that we are highly indebted as a country, and every coin matters at this point, and as a country we want a win-win situation whereby whoever comes to invest here, they pay a fair share in terms of tax. And for us, that's where we stand as an organization, and we really feel like the ZRA, Minister of Finance, they need to ensure that there's adequate system so that we can have information. I saw the other day there was actually a list of so many companies who are not complying. So I think it's the issue of just scaling up compliance and surveillance in terms of how these mining companies operate. Thank you very much.
Let's take the last question from Honorable Mwambasi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm forced to comment, Chair. For our witnesses, I'm Honorable Mwambazi. I chair the Public Accounts Committee. I just wanted to, sorry? Oh, Okay. We know each other from outside.
The
to
members.
talk. I just wanted to, force chairman to comment on issues of illicit financial flows, I think, as well as DTAs, because I think we've had a lot of conversations as Public Accounts Committee, especially with ZRA. And if you've liaised closely with them, you will be alive to the fact that some of these agreements, they've been cancelled. They've been reviewed because some are too old that are not serving the purpose. So, because I think that's also been our push to ensure that we deal with DTAs which are beneficial to the country as well, and also moving forward. Then I just wanted also perhaps to comment on the issue of illicit financial flows that versus tax incentives, because we need both. Truth be told, but we need to see how we harmonize, because if we give also a lot of tax incentives, which ensures that we're now depleting our domestic resource mobilization to that effect. So how do we balance then? So I think our role also been pushing the Minister of Finance to come up with a mechanism to see how we balance, because we need the FDIs, we need the tax incentives have to be done for investors to come, for us to ramp up the copper production to the amount of tonnages we need to achieve moving forward in the years to come. So these are some of the dynamics I think you colleagues you should also look at on how we can balance, because and another issue which we also need to look at is that issues to do with illicit financial flows, issues to do with DTAs and all that, they are all dependent on the data. Do we have data to have it measurable? And if you look at our setup, most of African countries, we have an informal sector, which is not digitalized, which is not taxed. How then do we ensure that our local revenue authorities can go into those areas and formalize that sector? Because if we keep propagating that we need to have these mining companies, we need to charge them tax to a certain percentage, then we're overtaxing a certain band of investors. But then how do we ensure that we broaden our tax base? Is by going to the informal sector and also balancing these incentives vis-a-vis not to ensure that we also deplete our domestic resource mobilization. Chair, I wanted to just highlight that point. That is very, very important. Yeah. Even as we look at our medium-term revenue strategy, it's very, very important that we look at that aspect.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you want to comment?
Maybe just under a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. I think those are very valid points. On the DTAs, yes, these are odd contracts. Perhaps maybe another thing we can take advantage of is the fact that there's seemingly some good relations that Zambia is enjoying with many countries. I think we have seen that, as the President puts it, that we are trying to enhance our credibility outside there, meeting many people here, there. So that's an advantage that we can make use of, because some of these countries that we have signed DTAs with, they are countries in the developed West. So these are some of the things I think that we can also explore in terms of renegotiating. Then lastly, on the issue of tax incentives, I think this is very true. And that's why we are saying that a cost-benefit analysis would really help, so that we are able to see, to say, if we give this incentive, we are able to lose 2 kwacha in taxes, but we may gain 3 kwacha because of the employment opportunities that will come through. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Musonda Kavinga and your team, thank you very much for appearing before this committee. Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia in terms of the immunity, also NDA. I think you have utilized it very well. So wishing you the best for the rest of the day. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Anapapatale saine mwintaluka Anapapata dadi mwintaluka Chino chalo chalo nambe Oh yes Chino chalo nambe Wimona uku yamba mumelo Amelo mapupa Chino chalo Wimona uku yamba mumelo Amelo mapupa Chino chala Fresh music.
You showed me your love, showed me your mercy, showed me your love. dabwita. When I feel lonely, you love me. Achiyabana ndi wonse bantaluka yawe mulankumbatira. Achikondi chanu mbuye tani dabwita. Ukwabula iwetatanga kale nafibwa. Ukwabula iwetatanga kale nafibwa. You showed me your love, showed me your mercy. Show me your love, show me your mercy. Ukwabula iwetatanga kale nafibwa. Ukwabula iwetatanga kale nafibwa. You showed me your love, showed me your mercy. Show me your love, show me your mercy. You showed me lelo mino shingi shali sontele batile takuli ukonka ya lelo mwaisa mwanji wukisha yawe mwampala obatile etawaka bombe obatile etawako pe lelo sobelo lyandita lyapwile mweshina lyanu muli bakulu muli baruse na mono luselwenu yawe etakuli mashiwe yambi yangabomba pamweho wandi mashiwi yenu yawe eyawomba pamweho wandi ubagalanda wakanaka pamweho wandi. You showed me, you showed me, you showed me.
We as Christians believe that we can overcome any challenges that we face when we pray and believe together. Together we stand, divided we fall.
Chudandinu, fumu ya mafumu kalonga, wakunifuka tila. You make me strong, born like a lion, so free, like an eagle in the sky.
I'm radical, passionately, earning my cracks no longer, vicariously, earning my access. The lyrics
I'm preaching to the world, I'm reaching to the lost. You wanna walk what is saying is shut the door. Because I'm blessed beyond the curse. We're born like a lion, we're soar like a eagle. Clap your ukhale naye
kuvutika kunasela kudala anatipasa lefa mahala munga kambe bilivo seva mene mofuna no kamba kamba.
Grace is sufficient for all your children. Your son died for me, now I am
Now through the pain, through the hustle, you know who we are. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Now we are masas yo ibululuka monga ego dine jila mutawu ya mutoko leso
nangu napita mumulilo na wakangoche na mumba bimbi mose ine dateka lyonse bantu abana ine awe nangu yakagala shani
Peti Jesu, peti Jesu, peti Jesu, peti.
God make me a stranger. My best friend put food in a manger. Now is it all? Doesn't matter what you call me.
Umutima wane mulimoto chino chalo tingoti tiyo turn it down now Yano ni masiku yo maliza lelo bana ba mulungu baliza ngoma so let us keep praise to the father my father your father my daddy making us praise the tools so free like a little
We, the generation that believe in God, have overcome the world. Yes, we are the children of God.
Igalukalila Muzambia yetu twewoho
Gutusungo gukumwa tusunga Gutamani Luyando lwanu Galukalila mujisi Yesu Gutulelo gukumwa tulela Gutamani Luyando lwanu Galukalila Muzambia Yesu
Luyando lutamani Luyando lutamani Galukalila Mubungi wangu mewoho Luyando lutamani Luyando lutamani Galukalila Mujisi Yesu mewoho Luyando lutamani Luyando lutamani Igalukalila Muzambia yesu twewoho
Galukalila gaga
Galukalila Mubumbi wangu mewoho
Galukalila gaga twagomba
Galukalila Mujisi Yesu twewoho
Galukalila lumunolu
Galukalila Muzambia yesu twewoho Mujisi Yesu sebo. Luyendo lulu jamani. Luyendo lulu jamani. Galo kalilila Muzambia Yesu sebo. Tuyandaluga mantano sebo. Tatu yandigulwana Amujati yana Nova sorori Tuyandaluga Tuyandaluga mantano sebo. Tatu yandigulwana Amujati yana Nova sorori Tuyandaluga Ino nyiga Wanga tupaleza Tutasori Igo tonderana minue Gatumulemega mamijilanga Ndaramba gutilu ya ndolo kalilile Ndaramba gutilu ya ndolo kalilile Mubumbi wangu nebo Mubumbi wangu nebo Ndaramba lumbuno lukalilile Ndaramba lumbuno lukalilile Muyesi Yesu Muyesi Yesu Nalamba luka mantano lwindili Nalamba mutati hanya mukalilile Muzambia yangu nebo Luyendo lulu jamani. Luyendo lulu jamani. Galu kalilila Luyendo lulu jamani. Luyendo lulu jamani. Galu kalilila Mujisi Yesu sebo. Luyendo lulu jamani. Luyendo lulu jamani. Galu kalilila Muzambia Yesu sebo. Besama tachi Kristu chalelo Vambilisi wakonka mauyano Yomwe munakamba Tate wanga Malemba yano Kimelenga Muzua na usiku Manje kutitia konke Kaya butila pati Tate mulungu munakamba Kondani adani ano Bapempeleleni Badaliseni Bakakula kwilani Musa pose revenji Bapempeleleni Nipumsako Ni wangati baya konka malamulo Ni wangati bapempelela badani wao Ine nipumsako Ni wangati baya konka malamulo Ni wangati bapempelela badani wao Kuti bakalowe mfumu wa kumwamba Nipumseko Ni wangati baya konka malamulo Ni wangati bachite chifunilo chanu Imakamba pachikondi Koma timalepela kuchilangiza Timaimba pachikondi Koma timalepela kuchiwonesa Tiseka pamaso Mumutimba tipaya Welelani kuchikondi Chomwe mulungu anatilangiza Iye chikondi Chija chokonda muzako mozi kondela Iye chikondi Chikondi chotambelela na kaduka Iye chikondi Uka Chiri besama Tachi Kristu changa ine Siniziba kwenienda Siniziba chita muzanga hakatukuka inenikwiya nifuna vose vamushe vinkale vanga nichikristu chabwanjicho muzanga wakampromota nishinambela kuipa ine chifukwa ni chani siwana promote ine vakamupisha chito nishi ine na kondwela atitalingana upingo wa munzanga ukakula nishichani baba nikambela kuti unagwa nishinambela bwino nishi kristu kwanjichi chamena niona nishi kristu kwanjichi nakinipuze Timakamba pachikoni koma timalepela kuchilanisa timaimba pachikoni koma timalepela kuchiwonesa tisekamba manso mumutima tipaya welelani kuchikondi chomwe mulungu anatilangisa timakamba pachikoni koma timalepela kuchilanisa timaimba pachikoni koma timalepela kuchiwonesa tisekamba manso tibwelele kuchikondi chomwe mulungu anatilangisa chija chokonda muzako mondikondela chikondi chosambelela nakaduka chikondi chomwe tichisanka chikondi chomwe chiri na Yesu pa umoyo watu chikondi chomwe anatilangisa kukuva Yesu chikondi chosambelela nakaduka
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially Minika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Estesi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct hospitals?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Let's go get rich from that dying old. We need to keep an eye on Beatrice and Dick. They're trying to take our money.
What is it that Dan used to say? If you're scared of dying, don't be afraid to live.
No one's born bad. Like anything, it takes practice.
What's all the commotion? There's a robbery across the street.
What?
I am Puss in Boots.
What's a Puss in Boots?
It's me.
Frank has built something truly special. What he's created out here, it's a different way, a better way.
What are we doing?
Changing the world.
It's the Premier League, all on DSTV. All the goals, clashes, and moments. All of Haaland, Rashford, Salah, and Bukayo Saka.
Their start is getting better and better.
All in HD. Available on all these bouquets to choose from. To watch on all these devices. Get DSTV with an HD Zapper decoder, dish kit, plus 1 month compact for only 999 kwacha. It's the Premier League, all on DSTV. It's the Premier League, all on DSTV. All the goals, clashes, and moments. All of Haaland, Rashford, Salah, and Bukayo Saka.
Their start is getting better and better.
All in HD. Available on all these bouquets to choose from. To watch on all these devices. Get DSTV with an HD Zapper decoder, dish kit, plus 1 month compact for only 999 kwacha. It's the Premier League, all on DSTV.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And that is what champions do.
Football lives on GoTV.
Works the space well.
Nobody but GoTV gives you all games of La Liga and Serie A.
And he scores. And it's into the net again.
The Premier League.
He has
Bola Yapa Z and UEFA games that matter. Get a Go Coder, Go Tenor, plus 1 month of GoTV Super for only 499 kwacha to enjoy the football madness. GoTV. Love it.
Keep watching Parliament Television, a station that brings Parliament closer to you.
The 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union (IPU) was held recently at the Exhibition World Bahrain (EWB) in Manama, Bahrain in the Middle East. The Zambian delegation was led by Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honourable Madam Nelly Muti MP. Madam Speaker was accompanied by Mr. Harry Kambone, Kalomo Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Given Katuta, Chiengi Member of Parliament, and Chawama Member of Parliament, Mr. Sila Lungu. Others in the delegation were Chikankata Member of Parliament, Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, and Mongu Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Oliver Amutike. The delegation also included the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Ngulube, the Deputy Clerk Corporate Affairs, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe, and other staff from the Office of the Clerk. The 146th IPU Assembly attracted over 40 speakers of parliaments, and over 140 countries participated in the meeting, which was held under the theme Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies, Fighting Intolerance. In her statement to the General Assembly, the Right Honourable Madam Nelly Muti MP urged the parliamentarians to embrace diversity in order to fight injustice and intolerance in societies.
Society is key to peaceful coexistence among people in every society. Therefore, it is critical for leaders to embrace diversity of ethnic, cultural, or religion as a way of fighting intolerance in societies. Let me hasten to state that the issue of fighting intolerance is so close to my heart as a woman and also as a person coming from a country in the global south. This is because I've witnessed firsthand of its devastating impact on my continent, which sadly has led to death and the displacement of many people, especially women and children. Zambia is largely and predominantly heterogeneous in terms of tribe or ethnic groups. Despite its diversity, the country remains a model of peace and stability in the Southern Africa region because it has generally undergone peaceful transitions between political regimes. However, there are some factors that have led to some degree of intolerance or exclusion which can be clustered into political, leadership contestations, which can be either be political or within ethnic groupings, land and boundary issues, intolerance due to poverty and inequality, among others. To address these challenges, our Parliament takes advantage of various opportunities, uses different initiatives and parliamentary tools. One of those is overseeing the progress made in the application of national values and principles. This opportunity presents itself in the first quarter of every year, when, in line with our Republican Constitution, the Republican President reports to the National Assembly on the progress the country has made in the implementation of these values and principles the previous year. The parliamentarians debate the report, highlight issues, and present their views regarding the areas requiring improvement. Through its legislative function, the Zambian Parliament has also played a critical role in creating an enabling environment for peaceful coexistence and inclusivity.
The delegation also participated in the meetings of the Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, the Africa Group meetings, and other related meetings. Ms. Given Katuta MP participated in the meetings of the Advisory Group on Health.
In 2017, the government implemented, and then it was brought to Parliament for adoption, and it has been enacted by introducing national health insurance. We call it NIMA. It is working out so well in our country because the parliamentarians have taken it upon themselves to make sure that even the least person in the country is able to access quality health. At the moment, the government also, together with the parliaments, they've come up with the policy whereby each and every person in the country should be able to access registration for national insurance online. Before it was difficult when we just started because people had to go in person. Now everything is being done online, just a matter of using your ID. And also now it has been extended to some family members. When we started, it was just for those who could afford. If I register, then I should be the only one to benefit that. Now I will be able to register my grandparents if I have, and also children or whoever is in the family. So it's really working out so well, and a lot of Zambians are able even to access medicines. It wasn't easy. We used to have a lot of shortages, of course, of medicines in the government hospitals. Only private hospitals were having medicines. Now, as it is, most of Zambians now are able to access medicine.
Mr. Sila Lungu MP participated in the meetings of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Mr. Oliver Amutike MP participated in the meetings of the Committee on Peace and International Security. and Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, MP, together with other female parliamentarians in the delegation, took time to participate in the meetings of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and she also took part in the meetings of the Committee on Sustainable Development, Finance and Trade. Mr. Harry Kamboni, MP, participated in the meetings of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. He also gave a report on the activities undertaken by the IPU Zambia National Group.
From Zambia, Mr. Harry Kamboni.
There is a lot parliaments can do to attain zero carbon emissions by, doing what we are supposed to do. The first thing our parliament has done is, courtesy to our speaker, is to make sure that all the 156 constituencies in the country plant trees. This was led by our Madam Speaker, and this has been done. Each member of parliament was given more than 1,000 trees to plant in the constituents. So that has brought very good results, and also members of parliament went to make people aware and be conscious of what we need to do. The second thing we have done is basically to include 3 committees on our budgeting, that is for energy, agriculture, to look at how the budget can also contribute to the reduction of carbon emissions in the country. So this has worked on very, very effectively. It was started as a pilot program, and it will be expanded this year. So you can see that members of parliament are contributing hugely to the reduction of the carbon emissions in the country. Also, what we have done also is that we have where people cook using charcoal. They cut trees, make charcoal to cook. And so we have come up with the policies, laws that are reducing that and increasing electricity, so that people can stop cutting trees, use electricity to cook, and this has worked very well in reducing the calamities of cutting trees and so forth. Also, what Parliament has done is basically to stop using paper now. Everything is done online. Budgeting, messaging, all the reports are all done online, and that has hugely reduced the number of paper we use to cut on the carbon emissions. And so we can do a lot through Parliament. And the other thing that it has done is to institute where Parliament now, and even the country at large, is also part of the signatory to organizations that are there to make sure that we, curb this climate change in many ways. We have had a few flash floods in the country, like in my constituency, because of climate change. The rain pattern changed. We had some houses submerged, collapsing because of the climate change. So it is very important that as parliaments, we all work towards reducing this in one way or another. I'm sure we'll win this war. May I take this opportunity to thank my speaker, the country at large, for working together in reducing the carbon emissions by the Zambian members of parliament and the Zambian people at large. Thank you very much, and all the best.
And the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Nguluve, participated in the meetings of the Association of Secretaries General of Parliaments. At constituency level, Chikankata Member of Parliament shared the initiative she's implementing in her constituency on climate change. What we've agreed as the Parliament is that each Member of Parliament should plant some trees in their areas to help fight the issue of the green planet. And hence, the Zambian Parliament, what we did last year, we were given 30 plus 1 plant tree in our areas. And in my case, I also came up with my own theme called One Child, One Plant, meaning that these children in schools, if they are given plants each to go and plant back home, this will improve the challenge that we have of deforestation in our country. Because my constituency is one of the constituencies that has been affected with climate change due to deforestation. And hence, the main source of water in my constituency and in Zambia, in the rural areas, is boreholes. But when we do a borehole, because of deforestation, we've been having a challenge of water tables. There's no water underground. So it has also affected the source of water among our people in the rural areas of Zambia. The 146th IPU Assembly also adopted an emergency item resolution on raising awareness and calling for action on the serious humanitarian crisis affecting the peoples of Afghanistan, the Syrian Arab Republic, Ukraine, Yemen, and other countries, and on the particular vulnerability of women and children. Alongside the busy schedule of the Assembly meetings, Madam Speaker and her delegation held some bilateral meetings with other delegations to discuss areas of common interest and possible partnerships. The 146th Bahrain Assembly concluded with the adoption of the Manama Declaration, a message of hope which urges parliamentarians to implement the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, leaving no one behind, as the best hope for peace, democracy, and sustainable development for all. Constituency development funded projects have been rolled out across the country by government in a bid to prioritize decentralization, which is a major driver for attaining development, reducing poverty, and supporting job creation through citizen engagement and participation at local level. To actualize decentralization in line with the Constitution, government has decided to take significant resources from the national to local government level. In this regard, the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, has been identified as a major tool to take resources closer to the people. Our crew continue to bring to your screens some of the ongoing CDF projects in some of the constituencies from around Lusaka. The crew was recently in Munali constituency and visited some of the ongoing projects in the 6 wards of Munali constituency, which are Kalingalinga, Mtendere, Kalikiliki, Chainda, Chamba Valley, and Chakunkula wards. The tour of Munali constituency started with a visit to the road sites that have been worked on. For a long time, road connectivity in Munali constituency was a challenge, as most of the roads were in a deplorable state. The road network in Munali constituency is being uplifted, with only minor works remaining before they are fully completed. We spoke to the area member of parliament, Honorable Mike Mposha MP, who is also Minister of Water and Sanitation, who explained the road works that have been done in his area.
The most problems that people were raising was the poor road infrastructure. So we thought that we needed to upgrade the road infrastructure in order to improve the connectivity. You'll be shocked that in certain areas of the constituency, you could not get a taxi. If you had a patient in the night, the taxi would not reach where you are. An ambulance would not reach where you are. In fact, just the delivery, the movement of goods into the various, selling points, markets, the shops, the trucks had to park as far as 800 meters, a kilometer. No roads. If you talk about JK Road, was in a very bad state. Vehicles could not pass there. So we have been working on the Irish Road, which is connecting the Kamanga compound to a hybrid poultry farm. That was a road which was extremely, impassable, in a very deplorable state. It just became a gully, a drainage where water was just flowing. Vehicles couldn't pass. But I'm happy that we contracted ZNS to do various roads at a cost of 6.6 million kwacha. And among the roads was the one I'm talking about, the Irish Road, connecting Kamanga compound into Chamba Valley hybrid poultry farm. We are also working on, we worked on the Methodist Church Road in Munali Ward. This is a road connecting Methodist Church all the way through Kaunda Square to Chamba Valley area. There's another road we have worked on which passes through Kaunda Square market, the main entrance of Pounder Square Market, all the way to Chambavari. From there, we moved into Mtendere East, the JK Road that I talked about earlier, connecting Salama Park Bridge all the way into Niza Road, then crossing there going into Mtendere. That road was impassable, and ZNS has done some quite good work there. Then other than the Niza Road, we've also done, this is about 1 kilometer for the Niza Road, for the JK Road, and then the Niza Road is about 1.2 kilometers from PHI, connecting PHI through Mtendere and Mtendere East up to Ibex area. This road has also been worked on. Then we've also done Chitukuko Road, which is connecting from Niza Road, which is part of Mtendere East, coming into Mtendere via UCZ Mtendere Church into Chitukuko School, then all the way up to Mtendere Clinic. There's one thing I want to mention about these roads. These are not just roads, feeder roads where you just grade and put the common laterite, the brown one, the brown gravel. These roads, we had to do the road formation, compacted nicely, put laterite, the brown soil, compacted, and then put crusherant, the crushed stones, just to ensure that these roads will be able to stand the test of time.
Although Levi Mwanawasa Hospital is in Munali constituency, it is unable to offer service to the whole area. Hence, there's need to have clinics and health posts across the constituency. In Grippi's compound, there is a clinic that was started in the previous government, but it was stalled, and now works have continued and are near completion. A similar facility was also built in Mtendere compound and is also near completion. The minister assured the people of Mtendere of his commitment to complete the projects left by his predecessor, which are aimed at uplifting the lives of the people of Munali constituency.
Among these projects were a health center in Gripsi compound of Chambavari under Munali Ward. We have a project which is still ongoing there, the construction of a health center. This Gripsi compound was in 2000, before 2001, was just a very small community, but over time it's grown, and I think it was necessary that we have a health center there. So in 2020, there was a project which commenced to construct a health center. Along the way, I think because of lack of resources, that project had stalled. So when I took over, we mobilized the resources to ensure that we finish it off. So the phase one, which had started around between 2020 to 2021, was just going towards completion. So we completed that, and we've now commenced the phase two, which is basically now the fittings, plumbing, electricals, and hopefully in the next month or so, we should have this health center, project completed. Then we have another health center project in Mtendere East under Karikiriki Ward, which again started around 2020. Like the Gripsi compound one, it had also stalled due to issues of resources. This one is almost over 93% complete. We're just doing the final fittings. We've done the towels, the other fittings, and we are hoping in the next 3 weeks, just below 1 month, we should be able to get the handovers of this health center. Okay. Again, this is a very important and very necessary facility considering the population growth of Mtendere East. The people there have been crying for a health facility, and my desire is that once we finish this particular one, we want to find land and do another one, because this alone will not be sufficient. That compound is very big.
Honorable Mposha acknowledged that the rate of crime was high in some areas of Munali constituency, and therefore he recently commissioned the construction of a police post in Kamanga compound.
We heard the cries of the people of Kamanga compound, who for a long time have been living without adequate security. So there was need there for a police post, and to that effect we have we did allocate resources for the construction of a police post, and I'm happy to mention that this has been procured and works have commenced.
Some residents of Grippi's compound expressed concern at the lack of clean and safe water, and in response, the minister assured the people of Grippi's that he was looking into their matter.
Our appeal has always been that we must prioritize issues of clean water, provision of clean water, and also sanitation services facilities. So in that area, we, Lusaka Water Company, had put up some kiosks. There's a kiosk there that is supplying water, but obviously the population has grown and there's need to drill more boreholes and provide clean water there. So what we've been discussing with the community there is to see where we can find an area which is far away from the houses where we could drill the boreholes. The danger now of drilling the boreholes in the middle of that community is that most of the people there are using soccerways or pit latrines. So if you put boreholes in the middle of that community, the chances are very high that that borehole within the shortest possible time will be contaminated. So we are trying to see where we can find some space slightly away from the settlement, put the boreholes there or a piped water scheme, and start abstracting water there and then distributing to the community. So I want to assure the people of Grips that the issues of water will be attended to.
The introduction of free education has attracted a lot of learners to go back to school. This has posed a challenge in terms of classroom space and desks in most schools. However, Honorable Mposha assured the people of Munali constituency of his support in the education sector.
We had to support the free education policy by ensuring that we allocate more learning facilities, classroom blocks in the constituency. So in Charleston, for example, Charleston Secondary School, we had to allocate a project for a 1x3 classroom block, which has taken off. It has been procured and the contractor has mobilized. We are doing another 1x3 classroom block at Chainama Special School. We have a school for the special learners there, and we thought that we could support them with the 1x3 classroom block. A 1x3 classroom block for Kalingalinga School. This too was completed and commissioned. We also allocated some resources to go towards the procurement of desks. You'll be shocked to learn that in the midst of a city, our capital city, Lusaka, most of the schools, you go to Chamba Valley Basic, you go to Kaunda Square Basic, you go to Tunduya, Mumana, you go to Chitukuko, Mahatma Gandhi, Vera, Chainda, all these schools, Chakunkula, Kapuliomba, Kalingalinga schools, in all these words, these schools are crying for desks. Children in Lusaka have been sitting on the floor. So we have gradually started trying to close in the gap that has existed in terms of the availability of desks, plus also the positive impact of the free education policy, which has seen a lot of children who are just roaming the streets and sitting at home coming back into a classroom. So we decided that in under 2022 we procure 1,500 desks.
Honorable Mposha also expressed his desire to have recreation facilities in some parts of Munali constituency.
Under 2023, in terms of the recreation facilities, we are going to finance the works for Mahatma Gandhi playing ground in Mtendere. We are also going to work on the Karikiriki ground, and we are working on Nkoro ground in Kamanga compound. Now all these are bare football grounds. But we are going to, like I said, on Kaunda Square, we're going to level them up, put laterite there, raise the surface. We don't want the water during rain season to remain stagnant on the playing surface. So we want to raise that level so that the water should be able to escape from the playing surface. We're going to plant grass there. We're going to fence those areas so that people, even in the night, will put some, solar-powered lights, so that even in the night people can go there, play football, but there will be strong committees to manage these facilities. My appeal to the people is that we are bringing development, but they must guard against vandalism. We have been walking on very bad roads for a long time, driving on very bad roads. Our children have been playing football on just stone-pitched, football surfaces. But now that we are bringing improved football, grounds, we're going to fence off. We're going to fit them with, we're going to drill boreholes there for watering the lawns, but also the lights. It's incumbent upon the residents of Monari constituency to ensure that they safeguard these facilities. The CDF is their money. It's money coming from a taxpayer, from the government treasury, and it's important that wherever we are, applying these funds, the people must do everything possible they can to ensure that they safeguard this infrastructure from vandalism.
On the issue of bursaries, skills and youth empowerment, Honorable Mike Mposha MP had this to say.
Under the 2022, we also provided some grants to various groups, youths and women, to a tune of 1,760,000 kwacha to try and help various groups to recapitalize their different various businesses. We have also provided some loans to 49 groups to a tune of 2,929,000 kwacha. This amount is yet to be dispersed.
The ongoing CDF projects are community-based and are expected to change the face of most constituencies in the country. The people are also looking forward to seeing the most anticipated development brought into their constituencies.
That's why ndiwe weni lava skoni unipasa ni chonsuna chikarura umatila poshuka ine nikufunsa
Shiva.
mangani na iwe. You're so precious, moving to Gomse. Life yako inazula na chimwewe. Ni mazifunza ngati umazanda iwe. Ine ni kukumsa. I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know. Wakupesa ndiwe wangai wakumutima wamene anikonda. In this love umani confuser. Mutima wako na chifundo chako nikatwala, you hold by my shoulder. Unitwazika no nipoleza. You the only doctor. I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know. I wanna know, I wanna know.
Kukuletela maluba chila bushitu ati ekukulanga ichitemweko iona kalya nshiri mwaume uya bebe uwa kukutwala out nukuya ati ekukulanga malako iona kalya ichitemweko jandine baby. Chilamu ukwikalo kwabula nangu chimbo ona mabala iloba lyekalieka takuwa bechimena infula na kalya ine naya kumigodi abana balafwa nensala shala oh baby nkabwela lekandea ntale mbombeko tuchinjeko wikalo unondini kumfiti mabebe emukwangala naisaido. Misango batangisho kwangala bala bepe twaishire mukukita buno imyesi shibiri shapita kukulufya nyamandi tete tapa kokole yebwera shipikisha mwandi bebe nshachelwe bebe kuna junya ati dati alebwera bashala panono ndekomboka unondini kumfiti mabebe emukwangala naisaido ulempepela ulensubila tekimpose wewe unondini kumfiti Dragon Records. Bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakusula n'ekindiwe wamushe uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakuyopa n'ekindiwe wa special uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakusula n'ekindiwe wamushe uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakuyopa n'ekindiwe wa special uzibe wande nalishunguluka ine ndendela ifyo nakumenye humkashana alelela ifyo namwibwishe ine nishimami ifintu anjaswike nalipapire hova kusamba dadi mwande ni masamba lyonse ilokuvala ni mavala mushi vanzanga bonse pali ponse ndawi zonse babayitana ine kulibe ikaenda kuliko nzanga bonse babafuna ndine oipa manje vila sikuli bebe ndiwe oipa ya special girl special baby bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakusula n'ekindiwe wamushe uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakuyopa n'ekindiwe wa special uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna bakusula n'ekindiwe wamushe uzibe bayinzi bakunda pavivola vola kati bamuna
You don't seem to be fine. What's the problem?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No, you're not okay. Is it the drinks that we're taking or something? What's wrong with you?
No,
today you've been very, very low. Maybe can we see a doctor afterwards so that maybe you may have a checkup or something? Now what's the problem, babe?
What's your brand? You just need some time alone, okay?
Ngolea mwiza kwa chibiwe oh ngolea ila waishile mungumi wandi natashishile sao kuti ampala ne filoto fendi kayambile no kula chitika wenaine apasa nombaida waikala kopya panono wachinjamano wachindelonga wai chishina rufyanyai njeba chishina filukuchikai oke ngakuya kuchiwaya nomaine ndekulomba kopya chimo yeah wisale kwechi
ungayende palibe buto komaine nipempa unisiye mutendele kunisiya unganisiye palibe buto komaine nipempa unisiye mutendele bofunana mami banali mutendele bofunana switi penseli chikondi unisiye mutendele nakufuna mutendele
kutemwai nomate tinkupatikisho kuntemwai so usale pofye wai limo ulapilwa kunjevelapo ulefayo kumpanga ngasipeya wilo uletino kwisale chiri pakutukenze mbomvya kopulani bi ati vintunga vya shupa eko kabutukilewe no ifyo nakana salapo finga uishaneka ndeshana
Mama first God is a deep first. No matter how long uzatenga tuzepesa wina. Mama first God is a deep first. No matter how long uzatenga tuzepesa wina.
In ensuring effective utilization of constituency offices by the public, the National Assembly of Zambia, through its constituency offices, undertakes various awareness-raising activities which include school debates. This is in line with the 2015 to 2019 National Assembly Strategic Plan, which focuses on enhancing the representative function of Parliament. The parliamentary debate concept, which was pioneered in 2017 in Luanshya, has come to light this year, 2023, in being the first to host the inter-schools parliamentary debates. The debate competition, which commenced on 16th June 2023, featured 11 secondary schools across Luanshya, which saw 8 schools proceed to the quarter-finals that were held on 19th July 2023 at Luanshya Boys Secondary School. After the 8 schools battled it out in their debates, 4 schools qualified for the semi-finals that were held on 21st July 2023 at the Technical and Vocational Teachers College, TVTC. The 4 schools included Luanshya Boys, River Cross, Luanshya Central and Kafubu Secondary Schools. Luanshya Boys and River Cross Secondary Schools debated the motion some government policies seem not to be taking effect in the communities. Members of Parliament should be given more powers to implement programs to achieve government goals.
As a girl child, I stand firm and propose or say yes to the motion stated as some government policies seem not to be taking effect in community problems. Members of Parliament should be given more power to execute government programs and goals. I say yes due to few but convincing reasons. Government transparency. This refers to hold public officials accountable for their operation. Transparency ensures accountability, openness, and communication between the public and government.
Honorable members, I think we are clear with the motion. Hence, from this motion, we are seeing that there are 2 aspects, honorable members. Number 1, they are talking about implementation, which is the sole responsibility of the executive body, the arm of government. Implementation of these laws is not the duty of a member of parliament. A member of parliament is part of the legislative body in government, which are in charge and are responsible for making of laws.
Point of difference. Members of the House, we have many members of parliament.
Just give it to me.
Also, ministers. I'll take an example of Sylvia Masebe. She's an MP, but she's also.
Can you quote from me?
In as much as the qualification is a great source.
Assembled intellectuals, the current speaker is trying to mislead the House. Assembled intellectuals, special and based on facts and not fictions. Zambia is a democratic republic, and one of the key aspects of democracy is that it respects the separation of power. By giving members of parliament more power to implement government policies, then the democracy of the country will be greatly disrupted as members of parliament engage into the executive duties or to include the duties of the executive. Therefore, House of Intellectuals, to ensure that when we save the democracy of the country, it is important that members of parliament are not given power to implement policies, as this will only disrupt the peace and the democracy of the country. To the judges for further analysis.
Whereas Luanshya Central and Kafubu Secondary Schools debated the motion, Parliament should compel government to provide incentives to ward development committees.
The Ward Development Committee ensure effectiveness, coordination, constituency and community development. Yesterday at my school, we received the chairperson of the Ward Development Committee who came to sensitize, who came to look at what we are lacking, who came to look at what the teachers are lacking. They came to do their job, but they are not getting paid. How is this helping them to support their families? How is this helping them to take care of their families and responsibilities?
The first point to consider is the economic burden that this law might impose on the government. As we are all aware, our country has been grappling with economic challenges, with national debt standing at alarming levels. Enacting such a law could potentially further strain our national budget, leaving less room for important sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure development.
At the end of the semi-knockout finals, Luanshya Boys and Luanshya Central Secondary Schools emerged as winners of the semi-finals. Speaking on behalf of Luanshya Constituency Member of Parliament, Mr. Lusale Simbau, at the official opening of the final debates, Luanshya District Commissioner Mr. Wans Mongonomo expressed happiness that Madam Speaker had approved the initiative of debates to begin from Luanshya.
It is encouraging that Madam Speaker has been kind enough to recognize Luanshya, among other districts, to pilot this important national project. Democracy is very important among us. We need to know that the Republic of Zambia is among countries that are practicing representative democracy. We have elected representatives who represent us in the National Assembly because we can't all stand in Parliament to speak for ourselves. It is for this reason that we need to nurture our young people. The importance of democracy. The need for democracy cannot be overemphasized. Democracy is our moral obligation as a people, and it is therefore our duty as leaders to sit on to the young people.
And speaking at the same event, National Assembly of Zambia Acting Principal Clerk, Public and International Relations, Mr. Anthony Mpolokoso, acknowledged the role that teachers play in educating the learners.
That the teachers have worked very hard to sensitize the learners about what Parliament is all about, and the role of the National Assembly, the role of MPs, the role of the constituency officers, and we are here to join you to enhance that knowledge and that participation. And one of the reasons why we also came is to establish what are being called the Parliament clubs. And the idea of these Parliament clubs is to increase awareness among the youth, and also to increase the level of youth participation in decision making. And it is planned that the top performing students in these clubs will come to Lusaka for an annual National Youth Parliament. So we encourage all the learners to continue being enthusiastic about your debates as you carry them out locally here.
In a tightly contested debate between Luanshya Boys and Luanshya Central Secondary Schools debating the motion in 2015, world leaders agreed among themselves on how to end extreme poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for everyone by 2030. Members of Parliament have done nothing to actualize the SDGs.
According to analysis published by the United Nations, gender gap has been closed by 61.8%, and moving at its current gender equality to only be fully attained as of 2155. Therefore, if a goal that was set to be attained in 2030 will only be attained in 2155, it only shows that members of Parliament have done absolutely nothing to achieve sustainable development goals.
Sustainable development goals. Development that needs of the present without affecting the needs of the future generation. Members of auditorium, affiliates of the chamber, as the first speaker, the icebreaker, it would be really unwise for me to leave the podium without saying 1 or 2 points. As I go on to my first point, good quality education. Members of auditorium, how are the members of Parliament sustaining development in good quality education? Members of auditorium, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema enforced free education. Members of auditorium, before free education was enforced, not every parent was managing to take their children into school. But now, since free education was enforced in Zambia, pupils are now managing to go to schools. Members of auditorium, and re-entry police. Re-entry police was introduced in 1997, members of auditorium. It gives chance to a girl child to go back to school, members of auditorium. It also gives chance to young mothers to go back to school.
Billions of the chamber. These MPs were supposed to make policies that will involve the management of such funds, and if we can that members of Parliament were able to misuse these funds, affiliates of the chamber, how can we say that poverty is supposed to be ended? Affiliates of the chamber, if poverty is supposed to be ended by mismanagement of funds, then we are lying to ourselves, because it can only end if the management of funds, if there is equal distribution of funds in the constituencies and among people. May Good Samaritan please give this or pass this on to the judges that the levels of hunger and poverty had increased due to such acts.
I definitely disagree in capital letters due to the following points. Development goals that we have in our country, which have been established by the National Assembly, one to mention a few: clean water and sanitation. The vision is looking at the period by 2030, each ward, each constituency, each community, each district, the provinces and the country at large, that they may have clean and drinking water so that it is free from contamination. We all know that a healthy country is a productive and successful country. Let me give a practical example. Recently, our Honorable Member of Parliament established boreholes for the people in Walale. Rural electrification. In the rural areas, members of the Parliament, many in the rural areas, members of the...
Luansha boys proposing to the motion emerged winners walking away with a trophy and 1,000 kwacha.
The winners of the debate with 674 points, they are none other than Luansha boys.
In second place was Luansha Central Secondary School, and in third place was Kafubu Secondary School. Some learners who participated in the debates were glad that they had an opportunity to debate motions that exposed them to learning more about Parliament.
It's been a really wonderful experience for me. I think it has been very educative and very informative, and most of all, what I would like to say to other debaters out there is, or other people who think of joining, is that failure is not the end. I come from experiences where I've lost, where I failed, but I kept pushing, I kept trying. One day it is possible. So what I can say is failure is not the end. Keep trying, put in your best, you'll be rewarded. That's what I can say.
This is a wonderful experience. Being here, it's a pleasure. This inspiration comes from my brother and my mother, who encouraged me every day. I used to practice each and every day that one day I'm hoping, because failure doesn't come there, but failure comes when you stop. But as for me, I never stop, and I'm here. This same goes to you. You can do it. The only thing you need is determination and be disciplined. Hard work will pay off one day.
This program, it has given us, I would say, a page to start from, and to the fellow debaters, it doesn't end here. We'll still keep on practicing. Of course, definitely, even next year, the program will come back. So for those who want to start debating, you're free to join.
My experience was very fantastic. I enjoyed the entire debate, and reaching at the crescendo of all this mesmerizing event, I'm so happy that I was part of it. And for my advice to many people out there, this is my first time debating, so anyone can join. It's fun, it's free. You express yourself emotionally, physically, in all those types of emotions I can explain.
It is hoped that with such debates, learners will have an understanding of the work and operations of the National Assembly, the role of the Member of Parliament, and operations of the constituency officers.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Thank you. Hoping you traveled all the way from the Copper Belt. Yeah, it has changed from a road to a rail line. I think that we need a lot of engineers from your side, sir, to fix it. So we are doing a review of the medium-term budget plan, 2024 to 2026, and also the annual budget plan for next year, 2024, which is the green paper. And the CBU always have been key to our deliberations, and we are most grateful that you have found time to come and appear before this committee. What we'll do is we will do introductions. You start with your team, then I will allow the honorable members to introduce themselves, and then we'll start. So let's do introductions first.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Chair, I want to start by mentioning that as a higher learning institution, we are very grateful for the invitation to participate in this very important consultative process. And it is my hope that we are going to make a meaningful contribution to the development of this country. On behalf of the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Pochi Sale, I am, like I've mentioned there, Dr. Chanda Shikaputo. I'm the Dean, School of Business, leading this delegation, and four of my colleagues here with expertise in mining, economics, and business and finance. to respond to your requests for comments on this medium-term budget plan and the Green Paper. Our presentation structure, Chair, reflects...
Doc, maybe what we can do is just let's run it through introductions. We know each other.
Okay, thank you. That's where I've reached, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We thought you were about to start the presentation.
I've already introduced myself, and I will allow my colleagues to introduce themselves. Some of the names, I can't pronounce them. Start from the far right.
Yes. You can use your mic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Shikaputo. My name is Dr. Bruce Muya. I'm a senior lecturer in the business school as well at the Copperbelt University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Humphrey Van Dam. I do the Humphrey Van Dam. I'm a lecturer in economics at the same institution.
Good morning. My name is Edward Saklo. I'm the head of department, the School of Mines and Mineral Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's start with the outer table on my right. Are the mics working now? Okay.
Good morning, CBU. My name is Lloyd Luwasha, Member of Parliament for Chifubu constituency in Ndola Copperbelt, and a member of the Planning and Budget Committee.
Good morning. My name is Peter Piri, Member of Parliament from Kaika constituency and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Mushanga Sydney, Member of Parliament for Wacha in Kabwe, and also Chairperson, Committee on Sport, Youth and Child Matters, and Vice Chairperson, Information Communications Technology. You are welcome.
Good morning, CBU. My name is Jean Chisenga, Member of Parliament for Mambilima constituency, and I'm also Vice Chairperson for this committee.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. Dr. Shikaputo and your team, good morning. My name is Mtotweka Fuaya, MP for Lunte constituency. I just wanted to find out, Dr. Shikaputo, as you come to speak, confirm whether that name comes from Kapato Mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Samakai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, witnesses. My name is Newton Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga constituency in the Northwestern Province. I'm Chairman of Local Government, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, and I'm also part of this select committee.
Thank you. Honorable Mungando.
Good morning, Doc. Mungandu Davison is my name. I represent very good and humble people of Chama South constituency in Eastern Province. And I'm a member of this expanded committee through Committee Budget and Planning. You are welcome.
Good morning, Doc. I'm Morgan Istwala. I'm a Member of Parliament for Kauma Central. I chair National Security and Foreign Affairs. That's what brings me to this expanded committee. Otherwise, you are most welcome.
Order on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CBU. I'm Honorable Engineer Rafa Mavenga, Member of Parliament for Mobezi constituency in Western Province, and a member of this committee. I'm also the chairperson for Media ICT. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, CBU. My name is Mulunda Darius, Member of Parliament for Siavonga constituency, chairperson for the Committee on Local Government Accounts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, CBU. Mubika MP for Shango Western Province, Chairperson of the Transport and Works Committee, and also a member of this committee. Welcome.
Good morning, CBU. My name is Konas Munji, Member of Parliament for Nalikwanda Constituency, Western Province, and a member of the Planning and Budget Committee.
Chair, thank you very much. CBU team, good morning. My name is Mijaloga Sauta, Member of Parliament for Wengwa Constituency, Mwanza District, Southern Province, and I'm also the Chairperson of Agriculture Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and you are welcome to you. My name is Erot Kamondo, Member of Parliament from Fumbwe Constituency, and the Chairperson of the Government Assurances Committee, and a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Brian Kambita, Member of Parliament for Zambezi East Constituency in Northwestern Province. And I'm also a chairperson for the Committee on Parastatal Bodies, this being a select committee, which is an expanded Planning and Budget Committee. Chairpersons are present here. But I'm equally rightfully here because I am a member of the Planning and Budgeting Committee. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to declare interest that these powerful men here have passed through their surgery. So any quality you see which comes out of me, it is out of these powerful people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, CBU. My name is John Desaka. I'm the Member of Parliament for Milenge constituency in Luapula Province. I'm also the member of the Budget and Planning Committee. You're welcome.
Thank you. Members of staff?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, CBU. My name is Elijah Chilimboi, leading the Secretariat responsible for the Planning and Budgeting Committee. With your indulgence, Chair, allow me to adopt Honorable Kambita's words to declare interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And my name is Fred Atila, Member of Parliament for Momba Constituency in Monze, the chairperson for this committee. A couple of the laws of Zambia, our colleagues gives you immunity as and when you are appearing before the Committee of Parliament such as this one, meaning that whatever you say while was appearing in this committee, that which you say cannot be used against you in any court of law. Take advantage of that. However, the same provision works against you in an event that you were to deliberately mislead the committee, which I doubt will be the case, going by the pronouncements of my honorable colleagues here. And also just to indicate that we are live both on the Parliament radio and the TV, so our people out there are following the proceedings. We have your document, Dr. Shkaputa and your team, which is about 22 pages, quite big. And I'm wondering how many minutes I should give you to do justice. Honorable Venga is proposing 10, I can hear, which I think is not sufficient enough. Are you able to do maybe within 25 to summarize, or you need a bit more of that? Okay, great. So we'll give you a maximum of 25 minutes, and then maybe another 20 minutes for the members to ask questions. Then we'll close. You can start, sir, as and when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Our presentation structure is reflected on the slides as follows. I'll introduce the topic, and my colleagues will chip in. to just make sure that we don't miss anything. So, Honorable Chair, we are here to make comments on the medium-term budget plan 2024-2026 and the Green Paper. And for us, we thought to start with, we have to evaluate the medium-term budget plan and ensure that we also want to make it clear that it is necessary to actually consider the broader national aspirations and the policy framework, especially the Vision 2030, the 8th National Development Plan 2022-2026, and the nation's vision as enshrined in the documents to be a prosperous middle-income nation by 2030. Honorable Chair, the medium-term budget plan 2024-2026 feeds it into the 8th National Development Plan, and its implementation is a short-term and it is intended to facilitate and enhance delivery of macroeconomic goals, objectives as enshrined in the 8th National Development Plan, which also feeds into the Vision 2030. So whatever discussion we are coming up with, it is all going to feed into these important documents you have set for this nation. With your permission, Honorable Chair, allow me to hand over to my colleague, who is going to take us through the overview of the microeconomics objectives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can switch off the other mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, just go through the macroeconomic overview of the medium-term budget plan 2020 to 2026. This is a very important document because it will give guidance as far as concerning the expenditure process for this country for the next 3 years. However, it's going to be implemented on a medium-term basis, and that's going to enhance the delivery of our macroeconomic goals and the objectives as enshrined in our 8th National Development Plan. The growth objective for this medium-term plan is for this country to grow at an average rate of 4.7%. And what's going to drive the economy towards 4.7% is the investment in the following sectors. That is the mining sector, the agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, tourism, energy, and information and communication and technology. And these are also outlined in the 8th National Development Plan. But the issue at hand here is how will these sectors be able to help in driving the economy to realize the 4.7% growth for the next 3 years. Of course, there are weaknesses and opportunities that right now we are facing. And the job we have is to look at these opportunities and look at the potentials that these sectors have, and how can we take advantage of the opportunities and also the potential, potentials that are inherent in these sectors. So what we are going to do right now is just to go through each and every of these sectors and look at the weaknesses, the strengths, the opportunities that we have at hand in this particular nation. And so we'll begin with the agro sector, that's agriculture and fisheries and livestock sector. Now this particular sector has a greater potential for economic development and also employment creation, as we do know that this particular sector employs about almost 60% of the workforce in Zambia. However, in terms of the contribution to GDP, it contributes about 3.4%. That tells us that the sector has potential in terms of reducing poverty, increasing employment, but also in contributing to the growth of the economy. Now, there are, this sector has a great potential in terms of growing the economy. For instance, if you look at the Ukraine-Russia conflict, it has resulted in the reduced supply of grain globally. But this could be an opportunity for Zambia to take advantage of this market and be able to produce more and sell. Like the Chinese, in Chinese, the word risk has a meaning that a meaning is an opportunity. So whatever food shortage is going on in the region and abroad, beyond the region, I mean, we can take advantage of that and be able to grow our sector and expand our export market, and that's going to help us grow the economy. If you look at the market we have around us, which is Congo, it continues to be a huge market for Zambia's agricultural produce, including grain. And if you look at the recent efforts to ban the exports of maize, indicate that Zambia is not producing enough to feed itself, but the market is wide. Why not just increase the productivity in this sector and produce more and be able to sell? That way, we'll be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are around our country. And so what we are here to do is to unlock the potentials that are inherent in this sector and see how we can utilize the potential we have and be able to grow our sector and export more and grow our economy. And so what we're going to do is just to hand over the other section to my colleagues who are going to look at the unlocking the potentials in agriculture, fisheries, and livestock sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Fandam. I'm continuing with the narrative around how we can actually unlock the agricultural sector so that we can increase our production levels to take advantage of the opportunities that we see around us in the region and also globally. We think that unlocking potential in agriculture could take some basics. We should do some basics right. For example, the idea of the introduction of the farming blocks is brilliant in terms of opening up specific rural areas with infrastructure such as roads, the electricity supply lines, so that commercial farming can actually take place in a clustered manner. We think that that idea of farming blocks, if it's accelerated, it would actually help to unlock that potential. The FISIP itself, which is also being enhanced into the comprehensive agricultural transformation support program, is also a good emphasis so that it is not just the maize that we are focusing on, but also other cash crops as well as other agricultural activities such as livestock and so on and so forth. We think that that support, if it's clarified, crystallized, and actualized on the ground, it can actually yield serious results, yes. Now, how can we increase productivity further in this particular sector? The inputs under the FISIP and CASIP program should be delivered on time. I think we saw the sort of disruption that occurred last year when there was a general perception that the inputs were late. Of course, the reasons were understood to be the efforts to actually ensure that the database of beneficiaries was clean, was clear, was authentic. But we think that there are good signs that this year that delivery process has begun in good time for the next season. The database of beneficiaries, we think that should also continue to be cleaned so that we have authentic beneficiaries actually accessing those inputs. That said, because the actual production and productivity has not
grown at a rate that would give us not only sufficient food as a country, but also enough to export to the yawning markets in the region and beyond. We think that we may need to adjust the program so that we have a graduation process. The food security component of it, where people become dependent on just receiving the FISIP inputs without expanding their production, without intentions to actually commercialize, that may be creating a dependence syndrome. So we may need to create a graduation mechanism within it, so that we can have not just the farmers that stay at peasant level, but those that want to grow to emerging farmers and eventually become commercial farmers. We may need to have a graduated way of providing these inputs. For people that want to grow, let's give them more inputs so that they are monitored to ensure that the requisite results are obtained from there. Now, with that said, we also have noticed that there is need for feedback. When one is given inputs, we may need to check how much you actually produced based on the inputs that you got, so that with a digitalized database, which also enables us to have visualization, it will be much easier for the country to observe the sort of results that we are achieving from this FISIP and CASIP program, yes. Another important step would be enhancing agro-processing value addition through establishments of what we are calling research and innovation centers. This could be done in collaboration with the universities, where we can designate different public universities have different strengths. For example, we could designate the University of Zambia to host the Research and Innovation Center around the agricultural agro-processing, so that basic research, applied research, as well as the innovation to develop the prototypes that give us the agro-processed products could then be used to actually consider commercialization. For example, I think a year ago or so, we saw how there was a debate in the country around the tomato. There was just too much tomato that was reaching the market and it was going to waste. Why? Because we are not processing much of our tomato into the finished tomato sauce, which can have a longer shelf life. So what that means is that as a country, we seem to still continue to import. While we have a few brands around the tomato sauce in our country that are local, we still are importing a lot of our tomato sauce from outside the country. This is also continuing to put pressure on our exchange rate. So a research and innovation center around agro-processing, which can probably receive funding from currently the National Science and Technology Council has research and innovation funding allocation on a yearly basis. The National Technology and Business Center, NTBC, also has funding allocation from the budget for purposes of prototype development and commercialization. We could tap into that funding and enhance it to support these research centers so that we can have agro-processing that would result in import substitutions. Yes, this same notion of agro-processing through research and innovation centers can actually be expanded for us to have different research and innovation centers in a beneficiation of battery minerals such as lithium and whatever. So we can designate a university like the Copperbelt University to host a research center that develops prototypes which can be used for commercialization, so that we have import substitution products to ensure that we have locally made products here. Equally, other strategic areas for the country could also benefit from this idea. With that said, should mention just a few things around manufacturing. We also think that the manufacturing sector could contribute a lot more to our economy. We are currently only receiving 8% from agriculture contribution to GDP. What needs to be done in the manufacturing sector? We think that we need to encourage more investments in manufacturing through targeted tax incentives. The notion of research and innovation centers could also be actually explored for this purpose. The skill sets required in the manufacturing sector. We interact with the manufacturing sector through Zambia Association of Manufacturers, and we hear the sort of skill gaps that the sector has around engineering and the technicians that are required to work in that sector. My colleague will mention a few things around some of our deficiencies in the human capital development that we need to address as a country to support these sectors. Yes. Tourism is another important sector where we think that the contribution to GDP could even become higher if we could incentivize local tourism as well, whereby we encourage local tourism through ensuring that access to tourism services at affordable rates. Whenever we travel to different parts of the country to tourist resorts, we get a number of times to pay the same rates as what foreigners would pay. A differentiated approach through price discrimination that is negotiated at national level may be actually helpful to encourage local tourism. Yes. There is the northern circuit that has a huge potential, which we think that if we had specific targeted policies as well as mechanisms to enhance investment would unlock that northern circuit, yes, for people to build lodges and other tourism infrastructure there. Related to that is an issue of the transport sector. I think that in this country we have seen how we have inadequate infrastructure. For example, it used to take us just 4 hours to drive to the copper belt, but now it gets us to travel for over 7 hours. That is slowing down the rate of efficiency in the economy. We could do that. Additionally, we are thinking about the Livingstone to Ketimamulilo Road, which has remained quite in a bad shape for quite a while. That could also unlock efficiencies in the economy. The Mpulungu Harbour area, taking us to access markets in East Africa would also be very useful. And the current discussions around the Lobito corridor, if we have the actualization of those memorandum of understanding signed, I think that would be helpful significantly. Let me lastly mention construction sector and the energy sector. Under construction, I think we have seen quite some activity now because of CDF, which is a good thing. But we notice that some rural constituencies are moving quite fast around the CDF utilization, whereas in the urban areas there's quite a slow uptake of CDF funds. The projects are really very slow. We think that there may be need to accelerate access to that funding there. There was an SI issued some time back around the specific sectors of the economy that should be reserved for locals. Block making, haulage, and chicken rearing used to be, I think that SI specifies that it should be reserved for the locals. But we have noticed that slowly it's actually easier for a foreign entity to have a local person owning only 0.5% of the shareholding in the structure and still be called an entity that meets that requirements for partnership. This is how slowly we've noticed that I think almost all Zambians have been driven out of the block making industry. Why? Because foreigners come with access to capital, they have more equipment, and therefore we are not having many Zambians participating in that regard. So that's the construction sector. We think that if certain specific types of businesses are reserved for Zambians, but then if there could be foreign participation, the percentage of shareholding could be increased to a minimum of, say, 30%. That would be very useful indeed. On my segment on the energy sector, I think we are all aware any shortages in energy is quite disruptive to the economy. And only 25% of Zambia has access to the national grid. We are hoping that the pronouncements, the MOUs that have been signed around the increased energy generation in this particular sector could actually be actualized, yes. On this score, I will now turn over the mic to my colleague, Dr. Chisakulo, to focus on the mining sector, and that's what we could be ending with, yes. Dr. Chisakulo.
Thank you for that. I think I will be brief in the interest of time. My discussion will focus on first understanding the positives from the medium-term budget plan, and then what is contained in the 2024 budget. And then probably have to look at the challenges which Zambia is facing in the mining sector. And then I also have to look at any policy options which we can recommend based on that. So from the medium-term budget plan, there are these targets which have been set, okay, which we have to follow. First and foremost, there is this notion of trying to boost production to 3 million tons over a 10-year period. And there is also need to recapitalize the Mopani and KCM mines to ensure that they also add to that production figure. Then we also look at the unlocking the potential of the minerals in Zambia. Okay? We also have to understand about the operations of the Mining Regulatory Commission, which has been proposed. It's taking some shape. And then we also have to understand how we tackle the mine value chain. And the issue of green energy is something which you have to look at. It's part of mining. We have to look at what constitutes in the electric vehicle battery value chain. And of course, the artisanal and small-scale miners is one of the key issues, again, which we need to tackle in this medium-term budget plan. Now, if we look at Zambia for some time, we have had a lot of challenges. We have been depending on one commodity for a long time, and probably there is need to diversify into other commodities because we are endowed with a lot of minerals in Zambia, so there is need to focus on other minerals as well. The other key challenge we have is illegal mining. We have seen what is happening in terms of sewage-like mining, gold, whether it's in Kasenseli, Samba area, or Mpika. All that constitutes illegal activities, which is one of the key things affecting the revenue flow from the mining sector. We also have intrinsic instabilities in terms of mine tax regimes, transparency issues. People are talking about tax holidays now. It's difficult to understand what's going on. Then we also have to understand about the performance of certain projects. If they have to contribute to that 3 million tons, we have to understand some of the projects might be just marginal. They might have low grades, costs are high, technologies are failing, and they lack investment. So that challenge is still there in the mining sector. The issue of price volatility, of course, people are threatened with job losses whenever something like that happens, or people start asking for revisions into the fiscal regime because of price cyclicalities. All those are challenges which you have to face in the mining industry. The country as well needs to be geologically mapped so that we can delineate new areas where there are new minerals. We need to do that. It's part of the challenge, and it's just supposed to be financed. We also have this non-formalization of that zero and small-scale mining, like I said, that's what is leading to illegal mining activities. Value addition concepts, these have been affecting us for a long time. We are still exporting commodities in raw form up to now. Even when we have capacity to add value here and there, but that problem is still there. And finally, the issuance of licenses. I hope something is being done now. I have heard a lot of discussions from the mines minister, what is happening at cadastre. Hopefully, that challenge is being addressed. Now, if we have to attain the 3 million tons of copper production, what should we anticipate, say, from the performing mine projects? Are they capable, can they produce sufficient commodities to feed into the 3 million tons? It's a tough question because these companies have got their strategies and policies, and if government asks them to say, can you increase production? They've got limiting factors which might not, help them to do that. So from the mining project perspective, we anticipate an increase in mineral reserve base as well as production. If they can do that, probably they will feed into the 3 million tons annual copper production. And they also need to improve on their efficiencies. It's very, very important for operating mines to ensure that these low grades, the high costs, technological challenges, as well as funding requirements are taken into account through some of these studies under the research and development arrangements. In terms of recapitalization of KCM and Mopani copper mines, yes, currently we should be producing around 600,000 because these two projects are not fully operational. So it's important that issues related to sustaining capital are handled so that the mines can come back and start contributing to production of copper. But again, the government here should ensure that there is, conducive and stable environment for private sector participation. Okay. Unlocking the potential, yes, this is one of the key things we need. We need the geological survey department to be capacitated, both with human resource and financial resources, so that they can do a proper mapping of the country, because I know it's just about 55% of the country which is probably mapped, and the other part is not mapped. So we need that kind of geological mapping so that we can have those geophysical anomalies, geochemical anomalies, remote sensing anomalies, which can open up new areas to target or zero in the type of mineralization we would like to have. And in doing that, we have to generate data. It's very, very important to generate data because that can be used for investment decision making, and it can also be used, for bargaining purposes, arguing taxes from an informed position. Okay, so we need to do that, and on top of that, we also need to ensure that we customize the tax incentives based on the geological information which we have obtained from geological mapping, because these deposits are very varied in terms of grades, tonnages, polymetallic nature. You find that manganese now is occurring with sugilite. Perhaps we didn't know that, but deposits are like that. Copper and cobalt will occur together. So if you have that geological information, it could help the country to argue from an informed position. The other issue has to do with the establishment of the Mine Regulatory Commission. That's good, except that we also need to find out how the functions of the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development will transition into that new commission. And in terms of enhancing local content regulations in the mine value chain, yes, the government should be involved, ensuring that interventions are made to reduce the export of these raw materials. There is blister copper going out. There is copper anodes going out. Sometimes even concentrates. You would wonder, why is it that these are going out? Is it because of incentives given to these mining companies to export raw materials? Or I don't know what's going on. But we are talking about value addition in this country. Always, even in the policy, National Mineral Resources Development Policy of 2022, value addition is the key thing. Then we also need to look at how we can, design policy and legislate guidelines for our suppliers in the mining industry. Those, they need some kind of legal framework so that they undertake the businesses with those mining companies. Next. Electric vehicle. This is more like a new industry now. We just need to do a lot of things as government so that we develop and strengthen those linkages between mining and other sectors of the economy in the value chain. And probably the government should look at how they can strengthen those governance and investment indices so that those linkages are fostered from exploration, mining, up to the time when you generate the final product in form of battery minerals. Formalization of what's said on small-scale mining, this is a key thing. If we have to avoid this illegal mining, there should be a way of formalizing these players, like forming cooperatives. If it can work, that could help. I think I'll end here because in the interest of time.
your time now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perhaps let me hand over to the chairman.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsakulo, and thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, to conclude, we have identified some key sectors in the economy, which we are referring to as the key drivers. But just to pick one, I think in the interest of time, education, we have discovered that the policies or what is happening on the ground is not supporting what we want to achieve. For example, if you check from the Higher Education Authority information, here we are saying that agriculture is one of the key drivers, but if you check from the enrollments in agriculture, forestry, fisheries and veterinary, we only have 2%. That's in the top right-hand corner, 2%. And then if we have to support mining and other engineering related, again under construction, we only have 4%. And then information and computer technology is another key area. We only have 3%. The next one. And then when it comes to graduates, it's even worse. Agriculture, forestry, fisheries, 1%. And engineering, again, 4%. ICT, 2%. Natural sciences, 3%. So where are we going to get the human resource who we think should be the anchor of some of the sectors we have identified to be the key drivers? We try to compare with our neighbors or other countries like South Africa, Botswana, Rwanda. All of them have done, although they are also low, but they have done better than us. Botswana, in terms of agriculture, they are at 2%, while we are at 1%. In terms of engineering, they are at, is it 13%? And science, they are at 11%. Rwanda, in terms of agriculture, they are at 4.7%, engineering 9.7%, and sciences, applied sciences 4.2%. South Africa It's agriculture 1.7%, and all the other figures are clear. So we are lagging behind as a country. While we are saying these are the key sectors, we don't seem to have plans to support these key sectors through education. And Chair, I want to make a comment that the mainstay up to now, it appears to be mining, and we don't seem to go too much into mining and use research hubs to find out what are the challenges. Some of us who are staying on the copper belt, we have seen small planes coming in, landing and flying out. What they carry, we don't know. We just see when a plane lands in the area, there are vehicles going there and the plane disappears. Now, we are not sure whether we should become whistleblowers or what we need to do, but we need to actually relook at some of these areas, because if copper is the mainstay, and we expect a lot of us to participate in that area and avoid what my colleague was mentioning in terms of illegal mining, because there is a lot of money that we are losing out, and there are a lot of participants coming from outside the country participating while we are watching. Okay. Chair, in the interest of time, let me conclude by saying thank you very much for this opportunity, and we are now ready for your questions, Chair, or questions from your committee, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CB, for the submissions. Any questions, honorable members? Okay, so we'll take the 3, 4. Okay, let me note down. Okay, so we'll take those which I've noted and then we'll close. So, Honorable Swallow.
Thank you, Chair. Copper Belt University once again. Good afternoon. I just want to get a clarification from Dr. Muia. It's on your subject, agriculture. We've come a long way as a country. We FISIP, name it. We really seem not to be getting it right. We are now talking about CASIP. I just wanted to get your comment. How best do you think we could make this succeed this time around? Because really, it's like we are just on maize, which is a political crop. We don't seem to be getting to levels of export as a country. Just your comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Washer.
Thank you, Chair. CBU, in your submission, you have clearly indicated that the recapitalization of the 2 major mines, the Mopani and KCM, will positively contribute to the revenue that a government needs when they become operational, particularly looking at this medium-term budget plan we are looking at. But the information on the ground, as reported on the floor of the House, through the report by the Budget and Planning Committee on its tour of the mines, has indicated that KCM needs about 2 billion capital, and it will take them
Is that Kwacha or US?
2 billion US dollars, and it will take them about 7 years for them to start the copper production. Now, I am just trying to wonder how we are going to benefit immediately from such a venture, which will take about 8 to 7 years, as a country. Now we are looking at this budget. Are we sure we are going to get the needed revenue to finance our budget from a project like KCM, which will start now yielding results after a period of 7 to 8 years. Your comment.
Thank you. Honorable Kambita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With the indulgence, I've got a twin of questions targeted at Dr. Bruce Muya, following his presentation on the comments he made on the agri sector, manufacturing, tourism, transport, construction, and energy. But I'll target it on agriculture, just to actually expand the question that was asked by General Stwala on agriculture. Dr. Muya commented on the farming blocks, and he also stated the fact that only about 80% is contributed to our GDP from the agricultural sector. We need to scale that up if we are to get the potential that it has. But then I'm particularly interested in the farming blocks. If you listened to the Minister of Agriculture speak concerning also the graduation mechanism which you talked about, it would look like everything is in place, but the systems are not very clear. So we would want to hear your comment in terms of what system or strategy that would be appropriate, especially for the graduation process, and also to ensure that these farming blocks, of course I'm mixing things here, the farming blocks cater for the entire country, because they are thinly, dotted around the country, and they're not really achieving for the whole country. That's my question for Dr. Bruce Muya. Now, there is also Dr. Chisakulo on mining. You talked about geological mapping, which is very, very important to enhance production and the potential that we have in the mineral deposits in the country. And you talked about geological survey department. We already have a geological survey department in place, but we've heard also, which I'm sure in your research you must have heard about this, in the medium-term budget plan, where government is looking at coming up with a commission in the mining sector. But again, we are not sure, as members of parliament here, we need to know the terms of reference for that commission. What will this commission be doing? Will it really help us to get this data that we are supposed to have? Or the implementation plan is what is lacking here. So we may need your comment as well to help us on how you envisage this commission should actually operate. What are its objectives at the end of the day? Because we have had several of these pronouncements made, but implementation is a problem. So I would like those two comments.
Thank you. The last one is from Honorable Samakai, so that we get all of them. Your mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I heard Dr. Sakro referring to electrical vehicles. I'm just wondering how prepared Zambia is, considering that our power generation volumes are quite low. How would it be when we take on the electrical vehicles? How prepared are we as a country to ensure that we benefit from this innovation?
Thank you. I hope on a lighter note, you have seen our newest car trending on social media, done by CBO on electrical vehicles. So as you respond to those, you can also highlight on that one. Our colleagues from CBO, Honorable Simunji. Okay, let me take the last one, Honorable Simunji.
Thank you, Chair. CBU, my question will be based on the illegal mining which the Dean talked about. The major contributor to our taxes in Zambia is the mining. However, today if you go to Chingola,
through your mic, sir.
Yes, if you go to Chingoa today, sincerely mine, day and night you find a mechanized mining by unknown people. And no one seems to be concerned. We are awaiting a regulator to come and stop those people from mining. Are we serious as a nation? Or who is connected to that mining? And in addition, the production levels we are talking about now, are they correct? Or we are understating these figures? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our colleagues, you can respond to those in a brief fashion so that when we close, you may choose whoever wants to.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll allow Dr. Muya to handle the two questions. The one by Honorable Stwala, thank you very much. It's a very important question, FISIP. Honorable Kambita, system strategy, farm blocks. Dr. Muya is a strategist. And then Dr. Tsakulo is an expert in mining to handle the geological mapping by Honorable Kambita. Important questions again. E-vehicles, Honorable Samakai, thank you very much. And illegal mining, although I also say something about illegal mining. Just on Saturday, someone was telling me you can buy copper and cobalt in Kandawe compound. They have it in the houses. You just park here, and when they see a police vehicle, they don't want them in that area because it's like they're investigating them. But Dr. Tsakuro, so you are not honorable. You handle that part. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shkaputo, and thank you, Chair. Honorable Stwala, I think I asked a question around how we can create the graduation process mechanism for our FISIP, CASIP beneficiaries. What's the way forward? Yes. I think to handle that, we have made some specific recommendations on page 14 in our document. But what we think in that submission specifically is that FISIP has a dual role. The first one is around food security. The other one is economic in nature, in the sense that there are farmers we need to support to grow and transition from being peasant farmers to emerging and eventually commercial farmers. What that means is that once the profiles of each FISIP beneficiary are identified, and specifically those ones that are intending to commercialize, the mechanism for support to them could be different in the sense that they should be receiving a lot more support with a much more stringent requirement for accountability so that we can identify what exactly they are doing with that particular support. And then that also entails that the support should be given for a specific period of time with benchmarks around by this particular time you should have been weaned off this particular process of benefiting from subsidized inputs. We think that with time also we have suggested that for farmers who grow the muscle to move from being emerging and eventually to become commercial, some of the input support can actually be deducted. For example, when you sell your produce, say if it's maize through FRA, the payment to you could actually deduct the government support that you had actually received. So we need a variation on how we deal with these beneficiaries, yes. But to also build a robust mechanism in which we can visualize and digitalize where these beneficiaries are actually located and what sort of crop and what sort of agricultural activity they are engaged in, so that the monitoring and evaluation can actually be executed from that angle. We think that that could help with the process of graduating these farmers, yes. That would be a way to ensure we get some success out of this. With the screening that occurred around the database, authenticating the members, the beneficiaries of FISIP, a lot of people in the cities have complained that they have been kicked out of the they have been kicked out of the beneficiary list for FISIP, which entails that the screening process was actually useful and it was necessary, because there are people who were just selling the inputs as soon as they received that. They were not participating in actual agriculture. Yes. Thank you. That was the question from Honorable Sitwala. And then Honorable Kambita asked a question about farming blocks. We think that farming blocks, they may be dotted around the whole country. But if we started with the notion that which particular farming produce is required by which market, then we can designate different farming blocks for different crops or agricultural activity. And then the road networks, the electricity that is taken there, and the identification of the anchor support farmers, you could actually have a call for applications from different investors, both local and external. That in this particular area, this is the sort of crop that it would be, or this is the sort of agricultural produce that would be particularly doing well. And so we are looking for investors around this. So that will be a very targeted way to address how farming blocks are actually dealt with. For example, the market is clear. If you are dealing with the issues to do with the grain, Congo and part of East Africa going into the Middle East, that's the clear market for the grain. When we are thinking about goats, it's around Saudi Arabia, Malaysia. They seriously need heavy stocks to buy from us. So once we identify the off-takers, each farming block can be designated to actually focus on a particular product. Then the outgrower schemes would cluster around that particular major off-taker who is then linked to the market. From that perspective, we think that that would be very helpful indeed. Some of the local commercial farmers might require additional support in terms of mechanization as well as working capital financing. Institutions such as the DBZ could then be brought into the picture, and the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission could also facilitate those processes. We saw that recently the ADB Chief Executive Officer was in the country, and they're excited about partnering with our country. We think that we could take advantage of the goodwill internationally to access additional funding to support those farming blocks. Yes, I think that in a nutshell, with the limited time we have, would be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to amplify, it's unfortunate Honorable Luvosha just walked out. What Dr. Muya has mentioned, historically, Katanga province has been feeding from Zambia. And we know every year, whether we ban or not ban, they'll still feed from Zambia. But why haven't we come up with a strategy to ensure that we provide for them? That's a market which is yawning. And today what is happening, Congolese are entering Zambia. They are not buying bags of maize. They are now buying farms. From here to here, how much they negotiate, they pay you, and they harvest. So we need, maybe when we go back to the copper belt, we start something, because the market is already there, but we have never satisfied that market. And when they buy, we call it smuggling. Thank you, Chair. I now hand over to the mining expert to quickly or briefly answer the questions.
Okay.
One by Honorable Luvosha, Honorable Samakai, Honorable Kambita, and Honorable Simundi.
Okay. The first question was about recapitalization, where 2 billion is the amount which has been reported needed by KCM to do their expansion. Yes, in real sense, mining is capital intensive and then it's also long term. We cannot run away from that. So that 2 billion, yes, for them to recoup what they've invested, it might take time, okay? And it could even take 8 years, 7 years. But currently, this mine has got also the brownfield arenas. That capital injection in terms of expansion is there, but there are also delineated deposits within KCM which need sustaining capital. Probably that's what will be used at the moment so that we can get something as they are doing the development, and if at all there is also exploration, which takes time. And that's typical of mining. You can't run away from that. It's not a greenfield project. It's operation. There is a component of sustaining capital which can make, you know, KCM start producing as they undertake the expansion project. The question on geological mapping and the terms of reference of the Mineral Commission. I don't know, last time I was hearing some discussion from the Minister of Mines where they said they've tabled everything and that is awaiting probably approval from Parliament. It's like everything has been done. Well, if we look at what is happening, say, in Tanzania or Ghana, okay, they've got the mineral commissions, and probably these have to work with the existing units within the ministries of mines. When I was presenting here, I did mention that it's important to see how the functions of units in the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development will transition in this commission. I did mention that because I know the Ministry of Mines has got this unit, except that maybe they lack capacity in terms of financial resources and human capital. And probably the other thing would be to ask a question, so why can't we, you know, improve, capacitate these institutions? Can they do the role of the Mineral Commission? So that's another thing. But wherever the Mineral Commission occurs, they are involved in strict regulation and the control of mineral resources for the nation, working with, you know, units within the Ministry of Mines. Electric vehicles, how prepared? Yeah, we have fine. It's true, the hydroelectric, it's one of the comparative advantage probably which we have. If you compare with the Congo DR, yes, we have that level of hydroelectric power generation, which can act as a comparative advantage, okay, which we can work on. But again, to answer the question of how prepared, we are talking about, you know, unlocking the potential in terms of minerals. You know that these electric minerals, up to now, we are not sure whether we have the lithium. We are not sure whether we have that required lithium, but I know the Choma Kalomo block, okay, has got some of these lithium occurrences. What is required now is to do proper exploration for lithium, for graphite, manganese, and cobalt itself. That's the only way we can say we'll be prepared. I know the MOU was signed somewhere between DRC and Zambia, yes, okay? And from the DRC part, I could see there is progress, while on the other part, things are moving, but I can't say they're up to date compared to what is happening in the people in DRC. So to answer that question, we need to enhance our exploration potential for these critical minerals which can feed in the electric vehicle batteries. The tax contribution is being affected, yes, by illegal mining. That's why I said this is a challenge which we still have. We have to work on this. How we do that? The model they are proposing is, to form cooperatives so that these illegal miners can be assisted either with technology needs, capital, and the other technical skills so that they become, formalized. Okay, that's the only way we can handle this illegal mining. Otherwise, without that, we still have this illegal mining in the country. In terms of production figures, yes, we have had problems where we are coming from. If you have to ask Bank of Zambia now, I have to ask the Chamber of Mines, I have to ask ZRA, and you also have to ask the Minister of Mines. Could you give us the production figures for this year or last year? You see there will be a lot of variations. It's how we report these things. And previously we had this problem of production figures reporting from different institutions. So we still have that, yes, challenge, but I hope now things will be handled in a correct way so that we have these representative figures upon which we can plan and estimate what is due to us in terms of revenue from those mining companies. Perhaps the chair could add on to illegal mining is from.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the expert in mining issues has hopefully has answered the questions from honorable members of this committee. I'll ask Dr. Muya to just say one or two things quickly.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shikaputo. Honorable members, I just want to add to the notion, the question around the electric vehicles. To what extent are we ready as far as electricity supply is concerned? I think it's, we are all aware that we have challenges on the supply side around the electricity. I think we are glad to note that there are many pronouncements around MOUs that are being signed by different investors. So we hope that some of those projects can actually be implemented sooner. We have seen as universities some interest as well from investors who have worked with different universities around the region where they have used the rooftops of every university, because every university has, especially public universities, we have huge infrastructure. And they want to use both our roofs as well as some of our land to try and partner with the universities around the electricity generation, yes. But then what would age is the public-private partnership processes. They need to be quicker. We need more efficiency. We are delaying so many processes. Some of these discussions started more than a year ago, and they are not yet actualized because the approval processes are taking too long. It appears there's quite some red tape that is getting us to take longer to have projects take off to contribute to increase the supply of electricity, yes. So those would be some of the comments. In fact, I think the chair, Dr. Shikaputo, is participating in some of those discussions around the partnerships with the private investors with universities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Hopefully we have answered the questions. May not be 100%. But we've done something. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Shikaputo, Dr. Chisakolo, Dr. Is it Fandam? I think that's the name you were running away from when we were introducing Dr. Fandam and Dr. Muya for coming through. We'll end here, and for sure you have given us a lot of valuable information that will help us as we wind down looking at this consultative process for the Minister of Finance and National Planning. That will help us quite a lot. In terms of the provisions, Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, the immunity, that which was conferred on you, John, will also end here. Travel well as you go back to the Copper Belt. using what you termed our road, that which looks like a rail ride. We pray that you have a safe travel. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just the last comment that maybe in future, a lot of us were trained by the government free of charge, but the government is not utilizing us in terms of helping out in terms of research and the other issues. So we are looking forward to a time where the government, the industry, and universities through maybe the triple helix can be operationalized so that we also contribute to the nation for the money that the nation paid for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since her election as the first female Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia on 3rd September 2021, the Right Honourable Madam Nelly Muti MP presided over the busiest period on the parliamentary calendar. The ceremonial opening of a new parliament and the national budget all took place during the September-December sitting. Therefore, in line with her duty as new head of the legislative arm of government, she has lined up a program which will see her and her two deputy speakers undertake familiarization tours to all the 156 constituencies across Zambia within the life of the 13th National Assembly. The constituency offices were established between 2003 and 2006 with a view to improve the member-constituency relationship by increasing the frequency and quality of interaction between the Member of Parliament and the people. The Right Honourable Madam Muti undertook her maiden familiarization tour of some selected constituency offices in Western Province. She visited 11 of the 19 constituencies in Western Province. She was accompanied by Mr. Roy Ngulube, Deputy Clerk in charge of administration, some heads of department and senior members of staff of the National Assembly. The Honourable Madam Muti arrived in Mongo aboard a Zambia Air Force plane and was met by the Western Province Minister, Honourable Kapelwa Mbangweta MP, some Western Province Members of Parliament, His Worship the Mayor of Mongo, Mr. Matakala Nyambe, and heads of government departments in Mongo. Some heads of department at the National Assembly were also at hand to meet the Speaker when she arrived at Mongo Airport. The Honourable Madam Speaker briefed the press on her reason for the visit to Western Province and disclosed her vision for the National Assembly during her tenure of office.
As you may be aware, the legislative arm of the government is the most devolved two constituencies at the current moment. We have a presence in all the 156 constituencies. And having taken office, it is my wish that I go out and familiarize myself with the work and operations of these constituency offices. And with the enhanced CDF, which is now 25.7, that has been allocated to constituency offices, it is my expectation that the constituency offices will take center stage in the implementation of the CDF projects, while citizens take center stage in enhancing accountability for the funds that are going to be allocated to the constituency offices. And also, as a way looking forward, for me, my overall overview is that constituency offices now will be key in the implementation of CDF projects, and citizens now have taken active participation in ensuring that there is accountability in the implementation of the CDF projects, and also to ensure that the dissemination of information both from the members of parliament and also to the members of the public, we work together to enhance democracy and also to be an epitome of good democracy and good governance. So that's why we are here.
The Honorable Madam Speaker's entourage then proceeded to the Provincial Administration Office, where she had a brief meeting with the Provincial Minister, Honorable Kapirwa Mbangweta MP. The Speaker then proceeded to Limulunga Palace to pay a courtesy call on His Majesty the Litunga of Barosland, King Luhosi Imwiko II. After the courtesy call, the Honorable Madam Speaker's first stop was a visit to Luena Constituency Office, which is located within Limulunga District. She met with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Luena, Mr. Mubita Anakoka MP, and the constituency office staff. The Member of Parliament and his staff briefed the Honorable Madam Speaker on the operations and the challenges that the office is faced with.
We try our level best to encourage people to make use of this office so that any information they require about Parliament activities, they can find them here. But when you don't have a library section and things like that, it means they don't really find anything when they come. Sure. So we hope maybe with the changes that have taken place, our offices can be equipped a little bit more in terms of facilities and also manpower. I think the responsibilities of this office are now many. It started with the professional assistant only and an AA, so there are only 2 people working in the office. But to support a Member of Parliament, since we don't have researchers in Lusaka at an individual level as MPs, it means we rely on our officers here to also put some information together for us. So maybe that matter can also be looked into to beef our support systems also.
The Honorable Madam Speaker's next stop was Mongu Parliamentary Office, at which she was met with the area Member of Parliament, Dr. Oliver Amutike MP, and the constituency staff.
We don't have a permanent office here. This is a rented property. It's rented from NAPSA. So it's one of the challenges because we'd like to have a permanent office. And it's the usual challenges where they need space for a library, for information management, because a lot of people are coming. They've heard a lot about the CDF, especially the increased CDF has attracted a lot of people to be visiting the office. So the people are coming here, they want a space to sit and read all those things, but all they have is a bookshelf with a few copies there. So I think that's an area where we need to look into as the general furniture and the office equipment. They don't even have a printer. Sometimes we do send very sensitive information here, and they have to go and get it printed in town. So the information then it gets exposed to the public.
The next day, Madam Speaker visited Sesheke Parliamentary Office and was met on arrival by the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Romeo Kangombe MP, and other senior heads of government departments in Sesheke district. The Honorable Speaker later visited one of the Constituency Development Fund's CDF funded projects at Yeta Community School in Sesheke constituency.
Good morning, madam.
You can sit down.
Thank you, madam.
Bye-bye. What's the best, eh?
Firstly, we are not just lucky as the current suite of members of parliament, but I would say we are blessed, because as you can see, that project that is being done from a 1.6 million CDF allocation. But we are happy now that the new donor administration has increased the CDF to 27 million, which is a 1,500% increment. So with that kind of resource, we will be able now to attend to problems like the people here are facing at Inyamboyeta. It's an initiative that the people here, through us civic leaders, came up together to come up with a community classroom, which fortunately now has been adopted by the government. And I can rest assure you, in the next 5 years, if all of us are going to be kept among the living, we will see change in this area.
The delegation then proceeded to Sioma constituency and was met on arrival by the area member of parliament, Mr. Mandandi Kalie, senior heads of government departments and staff of the constituency office.
You are welcome to Sioma district, Sioma constituency, and in particular now at the constituency office, which is your office. We are so humbled, Madam Speaker, to host you. This is a rare privilege and honor to host the head of the legislature in the whole country in this poor village. We are so elated, and that we hope that your visitation to this town, to this village, to this office will help you to have an insight of the operations at this office.
It's a pleasure to come, and we've come basically to make a follow-up, to interact with the members of staff as the facilitators of the constituent office, and the Honorable Member of Parliament as the torchbearer of our office as in the constituent office. And also just the members of the public, because they are our stakeholders. And also in view of the enhanced constituency fund, which has been increased by 1,500%, we thought it's important that constituency offices take a big role in ensuring that they participate, and also the citizens also take an interest, because it's through them that the accountability issues can be addressed.
The Honorable Madam Speaker continued on her tour of duty with the next stop at the Senanga Parliamentary Constituency Office. In Senanga, she was met by the area member of parliament, Mr. Walusa Mulaliki, and senior heads of government departments in the district, as well as the constituency office staff.
I'm glad that you are coming to Senanga on your maiden visit as the Speaker of the National Assembly. It's a rare privilege for us in Senanga to receive you here. I think it could be, if not the first time, that a sitting Speaker of the National Assembly has visited this particular constituency in this fashion. We are glad that coming forth, you'll be able to appreciate and understand the challenges we are facing. We have received the goodwill from the council. There is a piece of land which they are willing to give us for us to construct office space.
Basically, what we have come for is a familiarization tour. We are going to conduct a familiarization tour, and like we are doing now, and we are going to visit all constituency offices, the 156 constituencies. As you know, legislature is the only arm of the government for now, which has devolved to every constituency. And it's good to have offices in the air, but we need to have a physical touch and contact with the offices, so that we see what they are performing, what contributions are they making to the work of the legislature.
While in Senanga, the Honorable Madam Speaker visited a CDF-funded project at Senanga Correctional Facility. The Honorable Madam Speaker paid a courtesy call on another traditional leader, and this time it was the Litunga Lamboera, Her Majesty Mbuyu Imwiko of Nalolo District. In the pursuing days, Madam Speaker proceeded to visit Nalolo constituency office, where she interacted with the Member of Parliament, Mr. Imanga Wamunyima MP, and staff at the office.
Madam Speaker, I would like to know that Nalolo constituency is the constituency that produced the first female Member of Parliament by the name of Dr. Mainga Mtumbabu. It is a special constituency, and it also produced the first female Vice President. So in this regard, I think on behalf of the constituency office, we also congratulate you once again for being elected decisively as the first female Speaker of the National Assembly. Our constituency office is humbled and honored to have you with your delegation, and we hope that this visit will also bring to light that despite having such a beautiful office, we do have challenges as well.
We've been to a number of offices so far, and this is the very first office that we are coming to, which has been constructed by National Assembly, the ones that we are saying are standardized. It is my hope that constituency offices will now take a center stage in the dissemination and receiving of concerns by the citizens. So we want to have a two-way street whereby National Assembly reaches out to the people and also the people reach out to National Assembly through their Member of Parliament. So we'll interact with the members of staff who are the facilitators for the projects that are undertaken by the Constituency Fund, and also the MP who is the torchbearer. Just as a matter of emphasis, we want to emphasize that constituent offices are for the people of Zambia. It's not a political office. It's open to all Zambians, regardless of the political affiliation that they belong to. And also that the members of staff that are working here, they are professional staff who are engaged just like the members of staff at National Assembly.
The next stop for the Honorable Madam Speaker was Liwa Constituency Office, which is located at Kalabo Boma. The Speaker met with the area Member of Parliament, Honorable Stumbeko Msokotwane MP, who is also Minister of Finance and National Planning. The entourage thereafter proceeded to Kalabo Central Constituency Office and were received by the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu MP, heads of government department and constituency office staff.
This issue of making conditions in Lusaka should end because constituencies have different challenges. Our challenges are different from those in town. So let these powers to determine what to do be localized so that we are able to attend. Because how do we stop buying medicines for hospitals? I know the central government could have increased, but still more. There is also need for CDF to beef up the supplies of medicine equipment at the hospital, beds, whatever, so that the district can, its health services get raised.
This trip is inspiring in that there are so many challenges, but people still see that there is hope. Somewhere. All we need to do is take up the challenge and confront those problems, and we'll be able to confront them. Exciting in that we have met a lot of people, we have learned a lot of things from others, we have exchanged ideas, and we are excited that at least people have not given up. There's still hope, and that's why I'm saying it's inspiring.
In Kalabo also, Madam Speaker toured the market structure which had been funded by CDF. And on the last leg on her tour of duty, Honorable Madam Speaker's visit started with a visit to Luampa Constituency Office. She was met by the area Member of Parliament, Honorable Makozo Chikote MP, who is also Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, and staff at the constituency office.
I'm of the view that maybe sometimes we need to engage these other offices to realize that this office is part and parcel of the government. I think that has been a challenge. Maybe I would suggest that the more reason why they have seen that there's an improvement is because the Member of Parliament now has gone into ruling party. Now, in the event going forward that things happen to change, but the system should remain perfect. It should not change simply because I've moved into the government. I think that one has to be reviewed to see how we are going to harmonize that challenge.
This office is part of the National Assembly. Imagine when government is changed or a new president comes and then we dissolve all the staff, we terminate the service. Where will that put us? There is institutional memory that will be lost. And in terms of training, although we haven't done that on a regular basis, we want to ensure that people are trained. They can acquire skills in terms of capacity building. Now, if they have to leave every 5 years, then we're investing in water. So that is a policy that is going to be looked at.
The Honorable Madam Speaker also visited Kaoma Central Constituency Office. The Speaker was met by the Area Member of Parliament, retired General Morgan Sitwala, senior heads of government departments in Kaoma District and the constituency office staff.
Our programs, I think, are on record. Our programs are on record with Parliament. But it's one thing to write, it's one thing to talk on the phone, and it's another thing to come and see where we are. We want to believe this program is so important, especially for us, not only for you, because we can now be seen to talk the same language. Even when you receive our problems, we think you are able to relate with what you've seen. And with that, we feel really it's a worthwhile program, and we are very, very delighted.
This office is just an extension of Parliament. So all the rules that apply at Parliament, for example, I'll just give an example of people wearing party regalia. That should not be allowed, because if we start introducing party regalia, we are going to introduce party politics in the office, which is not even authorized at National Assembly. So even our members of staff, they are to be treated as members of staff for National Assembly right now, but it's not supported. We need to relook and see how best, because as you have rightly said, this introduces cadreism in the office, and we don't want to introduce cadreism in the office, just like at Parliament.
The last visit on Madam Speaker's schedule was a visit to Nkeema Constituency Office. Madam Speaker was met by the Area Member of Parliament, Honorable Kapirwa Mbangweta MP, who is also the Provincial Minister, heads of government departments, and the constituency office staff. After the meeting with the MP and staff in the constituency office, Madam Speaker toured the last CDF project that has been funded by CDF at Nkeema Market. The Honorable Madam Speaker's first leg of her familiarization tour of Western Province constituencies covered 11 out of the 19 constituency offices in the province. Likewise, tours to the constituencies in other provinces are also expected to be undertaken later in the year, as room on the parliamentary calendar will permit. The maiden tour by Madam Speaker was a launch of the many assignments she has envisaged in her vision to champion reforms that will actualize the vision of the institution, and which is to be a model legislature of democracy and good governance, and strengthen the legislative, representative, oversight and budgetary function.
We had to produce for this nation that flag to demonstrate the meaning of what we were as a nation. And we explained exactly what that flag stood for. So it was an extremely important flag. The importance of that flag at that time is exactly what it is today. And it's important that those who are teachers, who are whatever, are able to impart some knowledge to young people, they ought to use the importance of that flag. Its meaning. Whatever level of schools they are at, they must remember the importance of our flag, national flag. It's key to the future of Zambia. All words have meaning to the nation. Stand and sing of Zambia, proud and free. It must be taught to all our young people, to all our people in Zambia, each in various languages, and even those languages, the meaning of those words is the same. Let the people understand exactly why they sing what they do.
On Noyo constituency, we profile Mumba constituency, located about 140 kilometers from Lusaka. It is a tourist district which is found in the Kafue National Park. As of the 2010 census, the district had a population of 218,328 people. Mumba is largely a farming district, although copper and gold mining also form part of economic activities in the district. The Mumba constituency office is located in the central business district of Mumba. The office was established in 2006 and acts as a bridge between the Member of Parliament and the constituents. Honorable Credo Nanjua is Mumba Member of Parliament and also Central Province Minister.
Mumba Parliamentary Constituency is made up of 12 wards, which most of them are remote rural, and one which encompasses the township. Basically, as people of Mumba, our main economic activities is agriculture. The other activity that is there for now, I think it's also mining, which is taking place in a number of wards. So those are some of the activities that the people thrive on, and fishing, of course. So those are some of the things that are in Mumba that many people get jobs and create business opportunities, and even the markets, they are normally engaged into that.
He now talks about the members of parliament that have served under Mumba constituency before him.
Well, the members of parliament that have served before me, I succeeded Dr. Honorable Brian Chituo, who was under the MMD. He also succeeded Honorable Badat, who was a UPND MP from 2001 to 2006. Then before Honorable Badati, there was Honorable Stanford Lazo, who was also under the UPND. He was the first UPND MP in Mumba parliamentary constituency, who won a by-election when Honorable Kaneo Chivugwe died, was also from the MMD. Of course, before Kaneo Chivugwe was there was the same Stanford Lazo was their MP initially, then he resigned, and then Kaneo Chivugwe came in. These are the ones that I can remember. Of course, I can also remember those who served under UNIP, like Honorable Chirimboi, is one of the first ministers from our place, and Honorable Chivwema. So these are the people who served the Mumba parliamentary constituency before I came in.
The area member of parliament now talks about the challenges the people of Mumba face.
Mumba constituency has got its own challenges which affects the people. As we have indicated that the people, they are more in agriculture, it means now the road network becomes at play. Most of the feeder roads, they are normally required to be attended to. Basically, in the past, we would to have grading of those feeder roads annually. Immediately after the rains, the grader would go around and grade the roads. But over a period of time, I think it has been very difficult to grade the feeder roads in Mumba parliamentary constituency, more especially that resources at local authorities haven't been very adequate. And the issue of CDF equally too was not adequate. When we talk of the 1.6 million that we used to receive over a period of 5 years, it was something that would not make any economic sense to cater for the whole space of the constituency. The other issues that we are looking at is the issue of water reticulation. Water is a challenge in Mumba parliamentary constituency. Most of the townships around the central business district, they are not connected to the source of the Lukanga water supply. So many, they are still relying on standalone boreholes and also some shallow wells. And we have also gone ahead with the Ministry of Water and Sanitation to drill more industrial boreholes to supplement to the services from Lukanga water from the dam. So these 7 industrial boreholes have been drilled. What is just remaining is equipping them, which we are very sure that probably before the end of this month, all the 7 boreholes will be equipped and the water reticulation will be improved in the central business district in Mumba parliamentary constituency. On the issue of the roads, we have taken advantage of the improved CDF allocation to our parliamentary constituency, and we have thought that for us to be more efficient in attending to these challenges of the feeder roads, we procure a grader. The Mumba-Kasempa road is another issue that we are looking at. It's an economic road. Once the road, the Mumba-Kasempa road is fixed, is worked on, we are seeing more transporters coming from northwestern using the Mumba-Kasempa road because it's shorter than using the Copper Belt one. So that is an economic road that we are considering and putting serious commitment to it. But what have we done? What we have done is we have linked Mumba-Kasempa road with the Mumba Landress Corner road. And we have submitted it to be one of the priority projects under Central Province, because every province we have submitted 10 projects that needs that we think they are priority projects. So it's one of those projects that we have put there, and we are very happy that the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development has considered that road. Under the markets, what we are looking at, we have got the oldest market by the town center there. That's the market that everyone was trading from, but it's highly congested and there is no space and the infrastructure itself is dilapidated. Then to decongest that, we thought of opening the new station market where most of these buses and the transport arrangements which goes into rural areas have been taken. But through local generated revenue and the grants of the council, we started constructing that market. But now, since we have got enough resources under CDF, is one of the areas also that we are looking at in the fourth quarter allocation that we should attend to it. Because as we are talking now, even that same market is not enough. The population of people in Mumbwa is really growing. Traders are all over. We are working around the clock to ensure that the old market as well, if we can give it a facelift and work on some of those infrastructures which are there, and also we attend to that market. We have got another market in Piri and Sons that we are working on. We are also looking at another market in the place which we call as Chimunzi there, so that those people who are there, they are able to trade from there. Those in the new station, they are trading from there. We create space for everyone so that we can decongest the streets along the main road in the township. The free education policy has given us the clear picture of what is required in the education sector in the constituency. Most of the schools that I've visited in the constituency, I've found that the numbers of learners have actually increased 50%, 30%, and now the challenge is the space, the room to learn from. And also the employment of the new teachers also has reviewed another challenge of teachers' houses. So we have taken a number of decisions in ensuring that we can mitigate this challenge of infrastructure for learners and also teachers. So we assigned we allocated a great amount of money in the construction of classroom blocks and teachers' houses in the education sector. And also in the health sector is the same challenge. Most of the places where we have sent our newly recruited health workers, there is no accommodation. So we have taken that as well, so that this challenge can be mitigated. Under the education sector, most of the schools in the constituency, they didn't have desks. Desks have been a challenge, be it a high school, a primary school, preschool. Most of the areas, they don't have desks. What we have done under Constituency Development Fund, we have allocated the 1 million kwacha this year, that we procure 1,000 desks, which we are going to share across the constituency. But our main long-term objective is that from 2023, we embark on a program of procuring at least 3,000 desks in the next 4 years.
Honorable Nanjua is determined to see to it that the challenges faced by his constituents are resolved.
The people of Mumbwa can continue trusting me because, one, I respect them. I respect them, I engage them, and we have got that collaboration with them. From the time I became MP, so far I have gone to all the 11 ones, other than one, which I haven't yet gone, to thank them for voting us, and also engage them on what they want to see under the funding that we are going to receive as the Constituency Development Committee. So that collaboration and engagement, I think it excites the people, and they are able to contribute, and they are able to tell us. And also where we don't agree with them, we still engage them that here, we are thinking that this could be good for the constituency. So I want to base our trust on that collaboration and engagement.
Mr. David Custom is a professional assistant for Mumba Constituency Office. He sheds more light regarding the importance of the office.
From inception, members of parliament didn't have where to meet their constituents from. So the introduction of these constituency offices has seen a lot of interaction between the member of parliament and also the constituents, and from these interactions, members of the community, they are able to share their challenges that they are facing in the communities, and also share what they want to see through this constituency office. So these constituency offices are political neutral offices which accommodates all members of the community, from all political parties, the church, and other organizations. So it is through this office that we are able to interact with the members of the public.
Mr. Custom talks about his role as a professional assistant and appeals to Mumba constituents to visit the constituency office on a regular basis.
My role as a professional assistant mainly is to facilitate the work of the Member of Parliament. When the Member of Parliament is not in the constituency, it is my role as a professional assistant to ensure that work is moving. I have to represent him on different forums and also monitor some projects on his behalf. So we work on behalf of the Members of Parliament. That is our main role, and that is my main role as a professional assistant. The constituency office is a political neutral office where they can access a lot of information on the development agenda of the constituency in particular and also the nation. The constituency office will give the information on what is pertaining at Parliament, because these offices were created to bring Parliament closer to the people. So once they access these offices, they are able to know what is happening in Parliament and also what their members of Parliament they are talking about concerning their constituents. Let me also mention that the constituency office provides the library services where they can access some bills that are on the table of the house, and also even just internet services that they can access so that they're able to follow what is happening at Parliament.
The constituency office aims at improving the constituent-member relations and also to enhance the representing functions of members of Parliament.
But if I can get some African musicians to help me out right now, give me an African beat that'll go along with this. Come on, come on.